We need to see. What am I, 3? Am I 3? Oh, I'm 3. I'm 3. Let's see if we're here. Maybe I need to bring the chat up here because I'm like, let's try again. Let's try again. Oh, we can hear. We can hear. I gotta turn the volume down. Let's refresh. Dilemma stories. Go. All right, Q&A time. Let's try again. Are we here? Hello. Hello. That was fun. Okay, so yeah. 3, 2, 1. Am I counting to 3? Oh, hi. Hi, Ember. Okay. We're going to wait for people to come in. So we did this just a few minutes ago. If you have an echo, that's my husband's phone. So we're going to wait just a minute. I have a model that we're going to do. And that is 1, 2, 4. There we are. I don't even know what. Okay, 4. So we're going to do this little model. And I say little model. Let's go back and see what it looks like. So it's actually a very innocuous little model. It is not that big, if you can see the bill plate here. So, Ember, thank you. So this is made by Clockspring 3D and not by me. And he whipped this little thing together for this live stream, which was super duper nice of him. And I said, you know what? I want to do a live stream. I want to test out the Mosaic Palette 3. I need something small. I need something with 8 colors. And he said, okay. And before he went to bed, he made this little thing. Okay, so how do I do a picture in picture? How do I do picture in picture? You told me. I forgot.
Just hit on.
I hit on? On! Don't hit that, but then I go back to 1. And then I go back to 4. Where am I? I'm gone. On. I got it. Okay.
Anytime you switch.
I have to go. Okay, thank you. That's my tech support. Okay, so yeah, so what we want to do is, how we got other people coming in. Yeah, this is a really pretty little model, and it's not a vase, so it's actually going to be 8 filaments. It is a little frightening for a vase this small. Actually, I've got a loop around. We need to go ahead and get this thing started. So I'm going to preview it because I sliced it. So this is actually 8 different pieces. So the way this is made, like for instance, if we go in and we paint that selected, you'll see that this model has been made in 8 different pieces. So there is one for each of the colors. So I went in, and we can talk a little bit about Canvas and how I set this whole thing up, because I want to get it started printing, because it's going to take a little bit to get printing. I got to get where the camera is. You guys are here. I have a new setup today. And so, yeah, let's get what is happening here? There we go. Let's go back to, let's cancel. Because the thing we want to do right now is, I want to preview. Oh, preview. There we go. I want to send it to device. Because we have here that it says it's going to take 10 hours and 41 minutes. It's going to take a long time to print this. We're not going to do a live stream. I don't think we're going to do a live stream for this whole thing. I'm not staying here for 10 hours and 41 minutes. And typically it underestimates the time. But we're going to see how far it goes. So let's send to device. And I'm going to see what people are saying. So let me skip over here. Well, howdy all 3D experiment. Will there be a transition tower? Yes, there will be a transition tower. There will be a very big transition tower. That whole big thing. Hold on. It says print set to device. I'm going to do this. Let me step through a couple things. What I did, and I want to get this started because at 10 hours and 41 minutes, it's going to take us a little bit. So print sent to device. I sliced it on Canvas. I want to get it started, and then I'm going to come back and I can talk all about this. I'm going to go to setup. I am over on, this is a web page, Canvas's web tool. And I am going, it says device is not connected. Funfair Vase. Let's see if I can print it. Can I print it? Device not connected. What do you mean it's not connected to the printer? Oh, crap. It's not connected to the printer. All right. I'm going to bring you all over. What am I going to bring you? I'm going to bring you over here to the printer. So I have a couple of views. One is the Mosaic Palette. And then right beside it is the printer. And I think I'm noticing right now that on the side of the palette, there is this power cord coming out, but there is not this cable. So I need, because what I was doing is when I'm not printing with the palette, I'm actually using Octoprint. And crazy as it may seem, oh, come on. There we go. Crazy as it may seem, all of my prints are not palette prints because most of the stuff I print is just single color. All right, so let's do this. Plug it in. So there are two USB ports over on the side. And actually, if you can see here, I've got, oh, you can't see it. Okay, so this printer just rebooted because it connected to the palette. So let's see if it is connected now. I'm going to sort of leave this in between the two of them for a minute and go back. Welcome, welcome. Now let's see. Aha! If I go back over here to 4, it now knows over here on the palette. Sorry, this is Mosaic software. Again, with 10 hours, and I'm not going to go to 10 hours on this, but with 10 hours on this, we'll talk about it. But basically, when I plugged my the connection that goes into that Prusa Mark III into the palette, the Mosaic palette connected to it. And this is something you do when you configure the palette at the first time. It walks you through and it sets it up, and it can do with a bunch of different printers. So now it knows that it's here. I have sliced Funfair Vase, and we've got plenty of time. I'll go through all of this. So I'm going to take this guy, Funfair Vase, and I'm going to start print. Starting Funfair Vase. And it says a print job has been started for device Funfair Vase mode in default setup. So now we're going to get some action over here. Let's see which camera is this. Nope, this one. All right, so let's look here and watch this. It's going to watch, the colors are going to match, and that's because I set those colors up. I'll show you, while we had no volume, because we had to start this live stream over again, I just loaded those colors up. So it's testing right now to see if they're all loaded. Normally it would ask for the filament to be stuck in. I just went ahead and stuck it in. And so it's making sure it has all 8 filaments. That's backwards. Is it backwards to you? It's backwards. We've got a mirror image. I got to unmirror image that. How can I do that? How can I unmirror image that? Imagine that that's not backwards. Let me call tech support. So it's going to start making splicing filament. Hey, Chris? Oh, tech support's not here. All right, tech support will be back, I'm sure. All right. No, we can't have me up now. I need to be out of the way. Picture in picture off. All right, so I'll just talk about this. I'm going to turn my mic. Hey, do you know how to mirror image this view? Because it's backwards.
It's not backwards on the screen.
Yeah, it is.
I was just watching it.
It's backwards right here. The numbers are backwards, the words are backwards, the letters are backwards, unless I'm reading backwards. See?
It's right live.
Oh, it's right live?
I don't know why it's backwards.
Okay, sorry, folks. I'm glad to know that it's... All right, so give me a second to... I definitely want to catch up with the questions. All right, so what we've got here, let me walk through this, and then I'm going to catch up. I'm so glad to know it's right. So it has built the first few splices that it needs, and it now says, if you can see here, the filament has come out. I'm going to move up just a little bit here. So it has made the first few splices. It looks like it's going to be orange and green, and it's given me enough to load into the printer. So let me go over to my second view, which is not high enough. So I'm going to go back over to the first view for now. I'm going to do this for now so you can see me load in. I've got that set up so we can see so that we can see it print. So I'll leave that one as is. So I'm going to make sure that my printer is not, filament auto load is off. I just, every now and then I do that. So I'm going to take this, and it says your printer is preheating. Okay. It says, of course, I moved the view. It says here, no, here we go. Oh, for heaven's sakes, I've moved it. I'm going to have to go back for a minute. It says your printer is feed extruder, feed the filament until your printer's extruder just grabs it. So I'm going to stick it in. We've got sort of two things I need to see at once here. All right, and I'm going to say next, and then it's going to say clip the guide tube. I've got a collet I've already printed for it, so or a holding thing, and then it's going to say you can do this if you want. It needs to load estimated 38.8 millimeters. That's very specific, 38.8 millimeters. I'm going to go ahead and say smart load, and then we're going to watch this load. If it grabs it, is it grabbing it? Is it grabbing it? Okay. Did I load you all way over around the corner? Oh, guys, I'm sorry. Okay, so now it should be pulling it in. I know, you ran into a problem. Smart load. I didn't have it in the right spot. Okay, so it's going to pull it in. It actually ran into a problem because I didn't have it jammed down there far enough. Keep going. It thinks for a minute. Smart load, I know. All right. So it says it's got 34. It's so very precise. 34, 27.4. Can you see this? And we should have right at the end a little bit come out. And that's sort of all we're looking for. There we go. There's some, whatever color that was. I don't even know what color that was. White? Something very white. Goodness me. Okay. And it says smart load complete. I think, just because I don't want to risk this, I am going to really fast. I'm going to add some Dynafix onto this build plate. I like Dynafix a lot because it's not a really strong. It's just like enough extra. It's a little insurance policy. So let's see that. And if you've been here with this, I'm going to say next. Let's see what it says next. Ready to print, start printing. All right, so that's going to start printing. And then we're going to have an awful long time where we have a chance to chat. So I am going to bring this back over here. And I'm going to switch this over to 2. And the palette is going to do a couple things here. It's going to do the normal thing that you would expect, where it's going to go and do the mesh bed leveling in this case, because it's a Prusa, and a lot of other printers will do that. It's going to make sure that the bed it understands the bed's not flatness, if you will, mesh bed leveling. And then it's going to do the, this is the purge line. And now it will begin printing. And it's got a bit of junk here. By the way, I don't completely know how this is going to go with splice tuning. I will talk about a whole bunch of stuff, but with splice tuning, we will find out if what I guessed for splice tuning is going to work. So we'll see. So while this starts, I got a question. So let me go back and see what happens. Okay. All right, Alexis, we definitely have I have made some guesses. What's printing? Oh, I'll show you what's printing. It's not that. This is the printer status. Let's go back and look at what's printing. This is called Projects. Clock Spring. This is called the Funfair Vase. I have a whole folder for Clock Spring. I like Clock Spring's models. So this is the Funfair Vase, and it's 8 colors. It is not actually a vase mode model. It's a vase. So, palette. Hold on. Filament run out? What happened? Try. Oh, palette ran into a problem. Okay. Wow, that was like at the very beginning. Okay. I was like, it's so quiet. Try the option below. I got to see what this says. I'm bringing you back over here. 1. Try the option below or visit Mosaic. Return home. Did it just cancel the print? Okay, well, you know what? Sometimes this happens with the palette. I would love to tell you. It says printing done. So from that standpoint, all right, so we need to do a couple things now. We're going to unload the filament from the Prusa. There we go. And I am going to control, I'm just going to do this. What did you have a problem with, palette? Drive. Okay, I'm gonna advance it forward. There we go. This is interesting. I'm not sure what problem it had. Because we don't have a broken. Oh, yeah, we do. This is where were we looking? Yeah, this is broken here. See that? Okay, so that snapped. My orange snapped. And the red snapped. Whoa, I have to look at my splice tuning. Okay, so this is something that is one of the reasons I wanted to do this is because it's really easy. I'm going to come to me. Where am I? It's really easy to come in and say, I've got everything perfect and ready to go. I intentionally wanted to do this. I grabbed 8 different filaments. And I've not printed with the palette with any of these filaments. I took a guess as to what I thought the good splice tuning would be for them. And I didn't do anything before I started this live stream because I thought, let's find out together and get an idea of what it's really like with working with the Mosaic Palette, because this is kind of like, I liken the Mosaic Palette to getting a 3D printer, right? People don't buy a 3D printer and expect to never have any failures, right? You're always going to have failures. And that's part of that. Getting a print to work with the Mosaic Palette is in part on us. We need to make sure that we're preparing everything properly for the palette. Now, the palette does have a lot of responsibility, but let's go back and see what happened, because we did have a filament that snapped. It happens to be a Prusa mint, so I don't think it was. I don't know. I'm hoping it wasn't the filament. That's supposed to be pretty good filament. But let's see what happens. But in the meantime, I have to clean out the palette so you get to see the doors open, and you get to do this a lot with the palette. So let's go over here. You will also have pieces of filament that you're going to get. One from doing tests to see if the splicing that you get is good, and then the other one you're going to get pieces of filament from if something happens. Now, I ran a 9-10 hour palette print the other day and nothing went wrong, but this is going to happen. And I cannot see chat while this is happening, so I apologize. I'm going to take 4 screws off. These are thumb screws, and they're magnetic, and so you drop them right there. I will check back in chat in just a minute. Oops. These 4, and this door just swings open, and now I can grab this and pull it out. So I'm going to have to back that out. Okay, so that's done. Down. And as soon as I get this going, I will check chat. I was hoping to get this started. Not the first layer that we had an issue. But that's the way it goes. I don't want to throw the palette down the hill. Where the heck is the hole? It's there we go. They have these little fake things that look like they're the spot for the screws. All right, I have one more screw, and it is. I've done this like 100 times. No, maybe not 100 times. Here. So, there we go. See, there it was. It was right there. And it's odd to me why it's 1, 2, 3, and then 4, but that's where they are. The other thing I've noticed is this red filament, and so I want to check this and see if this red filament is particularly brittle. All right, I'm not seeing, you guys can see, I'm not seeing that the red film, I'm out of frame, that the red filament is particularly brittle. If it was, I would take this red filament out and do a different filament, but I do have a snap in it right there. So I'm going to cut the red off. And then you get to see the second area that we get to open up. And that's this spot right here. And that's just 2 thumb screws. And pop this up. And then I'm going to just pull this little guy out. Maybe. I need some tweezers. Got it. Okay. Now, are we back in business? Drive 1. Drive 1. Input 1. Oh, input the wrong one. Input 1. Oh, is input 1? Uh-oh. Is input 1 stuff worse than that? We might be opening up the third area. No, input 1's fine. Okay, so you can manually do that. All right, so everything looks fine. Looks fine. No. Are we down? Come on. Oh, you're off. There you are. You're off. That's what it was. Who is sticking up? Somebody's sticking up. All right, red, get out of here. Who is sticking up? What's going on? I can't get it down. So I've got all of these. Let me pull these slightly down. Something's sticking up here. Orange, yellow. Oh, this is odd. Is something stuck under there? There shouldn't be anything stuck under there. There we go. Okay. Nothing like getting off to a start. This can be the realistic situation with the palette. So if you want us to go away and have some dinner and then come back, no, let's try this again. Okay, so we're going to just try this again, assuming that the palette was just having a bad day. So I've got my PTFE tube. One thing you want to do is you always have to have the PTFE tube down in here. Can you see that? I don't know if you can see that. Yeah. If you don't have it down in here, it's going to jam on the way out. It's actually measuring some things, so you need to get it down in here. And it just slides over that brass coupler. Okay, we're going to try again. Let's go over here to 4. To the Funfair Vase. We have not been having fun yet, right? Let's go to setups. Setups, printers. Here is our Prusa Mark III. And that's not what is this at Mark III? 2? Hold on. Devices? Projects. What in the world? Hold on. Let's try this. Loading project. Preview. Let's do it again. Send to device. Why it didn't bring up that interface. Sending to device. Project has been sent to device. Go to setups. Here's Funfair Vase just now, and we're going to start print. Okay. Now, Come on, Meow. It is sending to printer. Okay, now it's going to start asking for each of the filaments. And I pulled them out. So it's going to tap them, make sure it can run it. And as soon as we get here, I know I keep saying I'm going to answer question. Hi, guys. Anyone who's joined, and I haven't even said hi. Hi. I feel bad. I haven't said hi hardly. Load filaments. Which one do you want? That one? Which one do you want? This one? Oh, this one. There you go. It actually will sit there. The palette too would sit there and wait. I know someone who said they left it and it was waiting for like a half an hour for the filament. You might see a little bit of fluff. It is grind. I mean, it's not grinding. It's having to grip this fairly aggressively, and so you might see a little bit of offshoot from the filament. That's okay. All right, so just like before, we have leftover. The beginning of this vase, the bottom is green. The bottom layer one is green. So it's going to do green and a little bit of orange. Now, let me look at chat. Let me look at chat. Yeah, the sound's back. Beatles Cuber. How much is a palette? Different prices. $6.99 and $7.99. Shoot, I forgot. $6.99, $7.99. I think so. 800. Yeah, palette. So the thing about the palette is, and I always want to say this: it's not a 3D printer, and most people know that. But you want to say, hey, because a lot of people will. Yeah, I've heard not a lot of people. I've heard people say, I want to get a palette, and my first printer and a palette. You're getting a printer. And then you're adding a whole layer of complexity on top of it, which is why I was like, you know what? Let's see what really happens. Oh, dear. I haven't cleaned off the build blade. Let's clean off the build blade. All right. All right. Let's try this again. Your printer is preheating. I am going to go to the combo view that we had before. It has now made enough filament. It is sticking out the end here. Your printer is okay, preheating. Okay. Feed the extruder. Feed it into the extruder. That's interesting. Hold on. I'm low. No, nothing's in there. This is bent. Thank you. All right, feed it in. There we go. And then it says next. Clip on the guide. You can clip on these Velcro guide tubes. I just printed one that has the other part to accept this PTFE tube. And I'm going to do smart load, and it's going to start pulling it in. And it does it in bits and pieces. So see, it's stopped. What it's doing is the palette isn't directly talking to the printer. It's doing this. Palette has a problem lately. Do smart load. It might be a setting I have on that. It just really wants to know. I think I've got yeah, I'm getting palette ran into a problem. I need to, or the palette will fix this over time too. So one of the things that, well, we can't see because I've got picture in the picture on. Turn it off. I'm sorry, guys. You couldn't see. It needs to know how much distance there is from the point the filament comes out of the machine to the point that gets to basically where it's coming out in your extruder. And I may have given it some incorrect information. Okay, it says smart load is complete. I'm going to take that, say next, and start printing. So let's see if the Funfair Vase is going to be fun this time. Okay. I'm going to go to view 2. Look at that. All right, now I'm going to, let's see. Okay, can you use the palette with TPU and flexibles? The palette, too. Wait, this is a runny filament. This green is. All right, so you can use it with flexibles, not yet. So the palette 2, you could. The palette 3, they are optimizing it for it, and I don't believe they've come out with the flexibles firmware yet. So I just wanted to make sure I had my printer at 100% speed. Sometimes I like to run it really fast, and then I might have confused it. Okay. So this is a vase. It is not vase mode, though. It is a full vase. Oh, price is going to increase to $100. Oh boy, $6.99 and $8.99. April 15th. Whoo. Okay, so let's see. Leandro, thank you very much. I do love all my pretty filaments. Okay, and I thought, am I yelling at you guys? Am I yelling? Hold on. Picture in a picture. I just realized that when the palette is blowing the fan, I'm talking really loud. So you can hear me because also my mic is right above me. So this is the first bit of the transition tower. So in order to achieve this, back up to my model. It's not my model, it's Clockspring's model. Clockspring made this. I was like, hey, I'm do a live stream, make me a model. He's the sweetest man. It just so happened, this was a crazy random happenstance that I happened to be talking to him about, and he created this. And I jokingly said it. So if you can see, it is palette. The heck did you do? Palette ran into a problem. Timeout, homing, outgoing drive. Palette. I don't want to end this live stream now. We have to print this model. Holy crap. The red broke again. Excuse me language. The red. It's the red. Look at the red. That's not where we want. Look at the red. It's the red snapped. Okay, this red is out because the red has snapped here. So that means that, aha. So palette ran into a problem, and that's okay. We're going to do a couple of things. Again, this is, think about this as akin to, you have a print that you're trying to get to print, and there's some settings, and you just keep getting it to fail. All right, we haven't gotten to the print part yet, so this is not the printer's fault. And honestly, I don't think this is the palette's fault. I think that this particular spool of filament does not work well with the splice tuning that I have. And I wanted to talk about 1, 2, 3, 4. I wanted to talk about the splice tuning. And this is a great opportunity to talk about it. So let me get this out here. We'll use these. Because when you are making a splice, or when palette's making a splice, let me get it out. Will you let go? We'll let it go. When it's making a splice, it's doing two things. It is, one second, I can't think and talk at the same time. Controls, drive, backwards. Can't grab it. And that broke again there too. Interesting. Yeah, I got to get rid of that color. Something's up with that. But I really need you to let this piece go right here. It is making splices based on, let me show you a good splice. Maybe. Come on back. All right, palette, let's do this. All right. Okay. So I'm going to let the printer deal with that. I'm going to put this back in so that we're ready to go. And because we've had trouble, I want to do some splice tuning. I'm just gonna stop and say, you know what? Maybe the information that I have for these filaments is not right. So we're going to do a splice tune and see. Where is it? There we go, there. See, I don't, it's like this magic mystery. Okay, it's there and here. There's 3 right in the same spot. I would like to say that I have done this hundreds of times and I know exactly where they are. With the palette 2, I did. The palette 3 is much more reliable than the palette 2. So right now, with 2 failures like this, in what I thought were fairly good settings, we're going to do some splice tuning. So we're going to back out and we are going to do splice tuning. And I am going to say I want to do, because I was having issues with the red and the orange. So I'm going to say I wanted to go with 1 and 2. Wait. The input is 1 and the next one is 2. All right. Yeah. All right, so now the next thing it is going to ask is, oh, I haven't had picture in the picture up, darn it. Okay, so picture in the picture.
So you're having trouble with your red.
Well, I'm having trouble with a bunch of stuff, but that is what happens. That's why I was like, I came in cold to this. I had this model, I sliced it. I was going to talk about the slicing a little bit later. So what we've got now is this is what you do with splice tuning, and ideally, best case scenario, and if you're going to do a huge model with a lot of filament, I would absolutely recommend doing this. But you take 2 filaments and you give it 3 pieces of information: how much heat to apply to it, how much compression, and there is a little tiny coil. This black area right in here is where it's going to be, and it actually coils and tightens. So we've got a lot of heat, we've got compression, and then we have how long do we cool it before we move it along. So let's do something like, let's give it 2 heat. Oh, that's minus. You actually have negative. I'm going to have 2 heat, 2 heat, 1 compression, 1 compression. Come on. Okay. I'm going to be kind of aggressive here. I'm going to say 2 heat, 1 compression, 2 cooling. And that's, but the default is 0, 0, 0. So it is, I agree, it's pretty cool. So I'm gonna, we have had, you've gotcha heat, PPPP. It was wet filament. Hold on, where's my dryer? I just did a video yesterday on a dryer. That actually, that dryer is really cool. I saw Andrew Sink's video and I was like, I am not really happy with my dryer that a lot of people have, and I'm not going to mention the name brand. I'm going to try this thing, and it's great. It's great. And it took filament that was like this. Oop, we're going to get it. Look at that. Okay. Look at that crazy mess of stringing. I can't get it in the screen. Oh, he's got it. Okay, so now let's look at this splice. This is what splice tuning is. Very exciting. And this is where I think there's a little bit of a usability lack of functionality here. It's going to say, okay, so go ahead and do you want us to save this to your profile? You can say yes or no. But in the meantime, I know those numbers 2, 1, 2. That's what I want to remember. And I might adjust values, but in order to do this, you have to pull it up, do this, and look at this. That splice did not even take. I'm going to get it out. It did not even hold. What the hell is, excuse my language. That did not even work. So I'm going to have it do it with 2 different filaments, since we were having issues with the red and the, actually the fact that that wasn't working is a little odd. I'm skeptical here. Is it hot? All right, hold on. Print cancel. You know, it wasn't a print. Skip. I'm gonna go. What's one I trust? I'm gonna go 8. 7. Oh, come on. It got upset because there was filament up here. Oh, I figured it would be okay with that. Seriously? Oh my gosh. Now this is where it's annoying. I should have known. It's very particular. That right there, can you see? Am I in the right spot? Yep, that is a sensor. It measures every bit of filament that comes through. It is an annoying sensor, but it is a sensor you absolutely want to have because it is the way that it knows where you are in the print. It knows how much filament you've pulled, but it did not like me trying to do splice tuning when I hadn't completely cleaned it out. I was like, come on, you don't need that piece of filament. I'll get it later. All right, I have one more thing I'm going to do, and then we're going to take a more drastic approach. Because I have a weird suspicion. And I mean, it's a weird suspicion, but I'm going to leave it a suspicion. I'm going to leave it a suspicion. I did it backwards. You get really good with these, but I haven't been paletting in a while. So I got the palette in November, and a lot of people have been waiting for them. I know Mars Gizmo just got his in. And I will tell you guys that this is the most failures I've had with it in a long time. What I'm concerned about, I will tell you my worry is that, is it heating? Is it adding appropriate heat? Like I've had this on for a number of days. If this doesn't work, I'm rebooting it and we're going to go talk about canvas. I haven't had to big red switch this thing or small black switch. Big red switch. Am I aging myself there? Dating myself? BRS, man. Boss key? Boss key, anyone? Okay. We're going to save drive. Got to get a piece out here. Palette, you're really having a day. Okay. And if it's not even heating at all, then that's odd, but that will fix everything, and then we don't have dinner while this thing prints for 10 hours. For those of you who came and have stayed here with me, I appreciate it. If you want to go away and come back, I totally don't blame you. Okay, so now back splice tuning. We're going to start. I'm going to pick, I trust, 6 next and 5 next. All right, so what I want to watch is the part that comes out right here. I'm going to zoom in. The hell? Oh, crap. I'm sorry. No, cancel. Okay, now that I've never seen. That's impressive. I got to get this out fast. That is crazy. Come on, don't break it. Man, I really pissed it off. I'm going to turn it off. I hope that you guys are really entertaining yourselves in the comments. That is not Lego. I mean, that's why they're live streams, right? Not everything is not always going to go right. That is just, give me back the filament, my word. So I made a mistake at the beginning of this, and it didn't really know where it was. I should have thoroughly, if it's in the middle, you should have cleaned it out. I left it in a bad state. Again, you kind of learn palette ease, right? Okay, in the meantime, cancel, clear. So I didn't press the clear. It actually is going through a whole process of determining where there's any filament and clearing it all out. I did not give it that option. Done. But I am wondering if it's just not heating. So I want to do this. I'm gonna cycle it just in case something weird's going on. Power off. Oops, no, not shut down. Restart. Do that. Yes. Man, for a thing that kills jobs so fast. Oof. Okay, so let's talk about what's going on here, because this really, honestly, and truly, where am I? Am I 3? This is not that bad a day in the land of palettes. And I hate to say that because it takes a while to get things going. We're having some errors and we shouldn't be. Where's the camera? Oh, this is this little tiny Go Cam, which is why, well, I'm really backed up. Hold on. Oh my goodness. I'm like backed up by like 45 seconds. Okay, hi. I'm sorry. I'm not going to make any apologies for the palette. It's just like any piece of hardware. It is temperamental, but I have had some amazing results with it. I would gladly keep it. Just like those days when you want to take your 3D printer and throw it in the trash can, because I've had many of those days and there's parts all over the place and you don't even know what's not working. And yet when it gets working again, you absolutely love it. And that is why you have it and you want to keep going. It's kind of like a drug like that, but you know, a 3D printing drug. Yeah, I love the palette and I think it's some really exciting technology. So that's rebooted. It should not be gotcha. Let's see. Wait, hold on. Oh, you guys said some great stuff. Okay, is it a vase? A lot of problems. Learn to do it quicker. Yeah. I think you've all, yeah, absolutely. You get in and out of this very quickly. You get a good feel for how to handle it. So I'm going to go in here to controls, splice tuning, and we're going to do this again. And I want to make sure this is working because I'm doing it with 1 and 2. We're splice tuning with 1 and 2. We're going to do the thing. Oh, oops. I'm sorry. I didn't show you guys. What? Oh, shoot. I didn't put the bolts back on. Wait. Candle. See what you learn? Right? Oh, my gosh. At least we're all laughing. I hope you guys are laughing. I mean, if you can't laugh at yourself. And I spend a lot of time laughing at myself. Yep. So the other thing is you're learning all the things not to do with your Mosaic palette, right? You'll never do that. You'll always remember to do. What screen am I on? Okay, I'm on the right screen. All right. Skip. Controls, splice tuning, next. 1, next, 2, next, go. Think it'll work this time? Honestly, at this point, how much time are we in here? I don't think we've gotten one good splice. I don't think we've gotten a single good splice yet. I think what's happening, and the reason the job's canceled, is I honestly think something was going on and it wasn't splicing at all, which I've never seen. But, you know, there's always time for a new something. So I'm going to give it 2 heat, 1 compression, and only need 1 cooling. Next. All right, so what we want to watch for, do I have my picture in a picture? What you want to watch for is this area right here. When this comes out, you want to see that the 2 colors are melded together. That's a splice. That's a splice. Yes. Uh-oh. Oh, it's going to get angry again. Oh, hell. Oh, and I did the wrong thing. No. Except for, what is this, splice? Seriously? Am I like losing it? No? Is that extra? I think it was a splice. Or was it not? Look at that. It kind of did. Oh, you can't. I don't know if you can see that. Hold on, I'm gonna bring this up. adjust values. We may have trouble with this. You might not like that, but I really thought it had spliced together, but look at that. It did some melting. I want to see if this thing is hot. Is it hot here? Okay, they're there. It broke. It broke. Cancel brand. Wow. Something is up. It's not even splicing. Another thing. Guys, man, I don't know what to do here. I mean, I'm going to see if we can figure it out. This is classic palette. This actually looks like something's not working because it doesn't appear to be applying the right amount of heat. There we go. Do I have all four? I don't have all four. Yeah, because, come on. All right. Every splice is completely failing. I mean, every splice is failing, and I've never seen this happen before. I don't know what's going on. So that's okay. Let me unload that. I am very confused as to what's happening. So I didn't get that. Oh, could you try again? Thanks, Siri. I'm really confused as to what's happening. Let me think about this. What could be happening? This is me thinking. I'm not quiet usually, so. I mean, even my husband is like, I don't know what you said. You never stop talking. You're perfect for live streams because you talk to yourself all the time. I do not. Turns out I do. So look, I can't find all those spots he's going. I'm going to take the splice core out and reseat the splice core. And honestly, I'm not quite sure what's going on at this point because it's not splicing the filament together. It's not doing it properly. I hope you guys have like a movie playing in the background. Because this is not like riveting. We need to see prints so far. Look, this is our success. That is not where I was going today. This was not my 3D printing palette plan. Okay. So this is the splice core. Let's pull this guy off. This is the most expensive part. I'm going to bring it around here. And let's bring it up here one. That's not 1, 4, 3. Here. Okay, so this is the splice core. And if you can see that little spring around it? That's where it tightens when you get the tightening. And so inside here is a very specialized, if I can pull it out, PTFE tube. And they are good for lots and lots of splices. Mine is a little brown, which I don't know if that's just stain from different colors of filament being heated. If it goes back in, usually you don't have a problem. If it does not go back in, it's an indicator that you need to get a new one. Yeah, this one seems a little out of tolerance. Let me put it back in. Okay. Little pogo pens. Blowing it. Okay, let's see what anybody's saying. Hey, whole speed. Wanna break? Oh my gosh, I love that Queen song. Maybe the bad luck. Yuval, no, it was not you. Yeah, that filament did turn into noodles. Whole speed, come fix my problem. Yeah, I'm not sure because I thought I'll just like blow on things. Honestly, I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm not getting any errors. And we are going to try again, except for I've got this. Do I have this right? Yes, I have this right. There we go. I'm not giving up, man. I was in for 10 hours of printing, sending my children to bed. So the problem that we've got, I'm on the wrong spot. Guys, I'm so sorry. Oh, I was on the wrong spot. Okay, so I was just screwing this back in. So the situation that we have is I originally thought we had problems with certain filament, but we were able to get to the first layer of this print because it's only one color. And what the problem was masked was that it looked like everything was fine, but in reality, because palette 2 is different from palette 3, this buffer area here was open and it wasn't open, but it didn't have a PTFE tube in here. And so what happened was if you had a break, it became very obvious in here. And even though you all have seen me, if you've never seen the palette before and you've come in, please do not take this as a example of how it normally works. I've been printing with it since November and it prints fine. Today it's having an issue and I'm not sure what it is because I've never seen this before. It doesn't seem to be heating it to the level that we want. So, but yeah, it made it all the way to the first layer because it hadn't really sliced it. I tell you what, I'm going to go get 2 filaments, polyalchemy elixir, that just slices like the happiest thing ever. And I'm going to replace those for path 1 and 2. And then, but I do think we have a heating problem. I will be right back. The filament is right around the corner. All right, just for fun, I got red, orange, and yellow polyalchemy elixir. I would have brought more, but I would have dropped one. Because Whole Speed knows me in person, and he knows how dropsy I am, because I'm really good at dropping things. Okay, so down here at the bottom, I'm going to shove some filaments aside. So let me send you down. Uh-oh. Oh, of course he locked it. No, he hasn't. Can you see that? There we go. But we'll picture in the picture so you can see the back of my head. Oh, no, you can't. Damn it. Oh, darn it. It's okay. We won't picture in the picture. There's it. Getting used to the new setup. And by new, I mean just like as of this afternoon. Uh-oh. That one's held on. Red. Can I get a red and orange? We'll put red and orange off. It will be yellow. Okay. I'm going to pull orange and yellow out. I'm going to roll them back up because that looks like a mess we're making. Shove it in there. Filament management. Okay. Let's get some yellow, red and orange. And now the red, I haven't pulled the red out because each of the channels at any one time. Hey guys, if you're just jumping in, we're still getting started. It's one of those days. Okay, the red at any given time, this has clamped on to one of these. And so let me show you this. This is interesting. I'm just currently in drive 1. It knows that some of them are empty. But if I go over to drive 4, for instance, and you watch, if I'm going to move drive 4, you'll watch it, it'll move, ba-dum. It's going to move over until it gets 1, 2, 3, there we go, to 4. And in doing so, it's freed up path 1, so I can undo the red. So I needed to get those. Okay, so I've got yellow. Where's my yellow? Some yellow polyalchemy elixir. Go back down. You'll see the addition, not that adding filament to the spools, to the racks here. Oh, we got to go backwards. There we go. Yellow. Orange. This is the spool holder that the palette. We're going to talk about something today. We're going to get some information conveyed. So this is the spool holder that palette came with. It's actually really nice. You can fit more than 8 spools on it. It is sort of an expansion of the triangular one that they had for the palette 2 that I loved. And it was $30 for a spool holder. And I liked it so much because it was so just efficient in space utilization that I thought about buying another one. But to have a $30 spool holder shipped, it was $30. And so I didn't feel like it was $60 worth. So I didn't get one. But I do like this. I think it's a very good use. I mean, I can stick it on this space here between 2 printers and it not be too much in the way. All right. Come on. Orange and yellow. Now, if you all have been entertaining each other, I appreciate it. If you've been solving each other's 3D printing problems, that is one of the things I love about the community. I actually had a conversation with someone today, and we had a situation that wasn't ideal. And we've been friends for a while in 3D printing. And he said, I think this is the first conversation we've ever had to have about something like this. And I was like, you're right, because this is such a great community. Okay, look at this. We're back. We have 8 filaments. We're going to come back up to the top. You have to make noise when you go up to the top. Okay, that way it's backwards on the screen. Okay, so let me see. I've got some stuff. Is Whole Speed, you're not causing trouble, are you? Is Whole Speed causing trouble? Guys, watch out for Whole Speed. He totally causes trouble. I grew up with Whole Speed. Our parents were best friends. Okay, oops, not drive. Splice tuning. I've taken this out. Let me cancel. Let me see if there's more. Let me go back here. Controls. Settings. Firmware. Any firmware up? Check for updates. Up to date. system. Delete all local files. I don't think that would work. Printing. Filament runout detection is on. Those are all the choices we have. Okay. So, splice tuning. And I'm going to pick 1, 2, what is it? 2. All right. Let's try this again. And one of the reasons that I used the polyalchemy elixir and I have to show you some prints. See, once we got the print going, I had all kinds of stuff to show you. And I was going to talk about, I had stuff to talk about. And we were going to talk about canvas. I mean, I had all, hold on, I have to answer questions. All right, so let's give it, in this case, we should just do a 1 of heat. 1 heat. 1 heat. 0 compression, 1 cooling. Polyalchemy elixir is fine with that. That's all we need. That's all we need with polyalchemy elixir. In fact, Mihai, hello. My palette is very, very, very cross. We have not done anything yet. In fact, we have been trying to get it to make a splice. It's having a very bad day. And I actually was telling everybody, this is sort of what life is like with a palette. I know people have had some frustrations and issues. I have had since November excellent experience with the palette. I've had, ups and downs. It is a complex thing. And just like that looked like it might have spliced. And just like you have a 3D printer, you don't expect it to work every time. You have a palette and you're going to have some additional things. So now what we're going to look at is this splice good. We may have gotten our first splice. We might have a first splice, but I'm not holding my breath yet. Okay. Where are we? Let's go over here to 3. Okay. So let's look at this splice. You should, just like you can bend filament normally, right? On a regular piece of filament, you should be able to take a splice and be fairly aggressive with it because it needs to be strong enough. Now I didn't add that much to, but this is not bad. Is it going to make it to the printer? Yeah, it's going to make it to the printer. This is fine. This is fine. The other thing that I said to folks was, I know that I can print successfully with polyalchemy elixir. But one of the situations that happened with the palette when it first came out was that you didn't have the ability to make some of the settings changes with some of the printing. And so I knew that would work. And I was running with polyalchemy elixir a lot. So I used a lot of polyalchemy elixir. Okay, so that works. Now, the question is, in order to get this print going, I think I'm going to switch it up and I'm going to swap out some filaments so that we have a successful print. Yeah, Hull Speed, you're absolutely correct. The way Palette has this set up, and I will show you guys when I get it going, I am going to grab a couple more spools of filament, swap some stuff out, and then we'll run this print. And it will look pretty. But hold that thought, Hull Speed, because you have a very important point, and that's exactly what it is. All right, I got blues, yellows, greens. I'm going to take some. What can you guys see? That's not interesting. Let's go down here. Where are we? Okay. So I'm going to get a sack of filament over here. And red, orange, yellow. I need to get 5 more polyalchemies. I'll be back. It's just around the corner. Ish. All right, I'm back with filament. I'm back with 6 more. Do I need 6 more? I need 5 more. Good. I brought 5 more. 5 more polyalchemies. And we're going to hope that this works. Red, orange, yellow, green. See, that was bad. I am like a complete catastrophe. Green. Blue. Not a blue. Broken spool. I thought it was a dark blue. Oh, it is dark blue. Oh, what broke? I know something broke. Was it not this one? It broke. I swear I broke it. I swear I broke it. I heard it break. I saw it fly. Something flew. Was it not this one? Oh, don't tell me it was Nightshade. Here. 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 Oh, crap. I need one more. Sorry, guys. I broke something. I saw something fly. We'll figure it out in a minute. All right. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay. I found it. I needed night sky. And you'll see what I'm talking about. Night sky. Can you see this? Night sky is beautiful. Okay. My husband has this red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, green, merlot, something. Red, orange. What do I have? Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. And we'll go back to merlot because I'm running low on that one. Running low on that one. Okay. All right. So we're going to cross our fingers. As I get these loaded. So if you are just joining us, we're not printing yet, and ideally we should be printing. Something is happening with the splicing, and I'm not getting it to successfully splice. Now, I will tell you that it should have absolutely no problem splicing those filaments. I've been splicing filaments, random filaments, and having no problem. So my concern is that something's up. But in the meantime, if we can get this going, I want to get this going. And if you're talking, I can't tell. Right, blue, purple. Did I break Merlot? Who did I break? I swear I broke one of these. Where's your pole? There it is. I mean, honestly, for a spool holder that can hold like 12, 14 spools, I think it's not bad. I would, after using this and seeing how it works, I would actually get one of these. But also notice that I'm coming from below. What you want with the palette is you want to provide the easiest path to get the filament into cancel. Skip. Controls. Drive. 1. Okay. 3 more to go. Then we're going to check something on the print, and then we're going to try the print. So again, if you're just joining us, we tried the print. The print failed. What was going on? It must have been a fluke. We tried the print again. The print failed again. Okay, something's odd. And then I realized that as we did some splice tuning tests and it just wasn't splicing. Something was up. It was like it wasn't getting any heat or compression or cooling. Something was happening. Green, you escaped. All right, let's look up top. I'm getting the last one. I'm moving you guys up. This is I have to do this backwards. Okay. Merlot. Of all the polyalchemy elixir filaments. So when I started 3D printing a long time ago, it feels like a long time ago, probably wasn't that long. Angus Devison of Maker's Muse, love his channel. He said his favorite filament was Nightshade and polyalchemy elixir. And I was like, I have no idea what this magical filament is, but I must have some. And so I ordered it international at the time and paid a lot of money in shipping, and I loved it. Okay, so now we have a very crooked picture here, and we're going to try to get the printer in it. I'm going to go back, but I want to check our model over here. Hello. All right, so here's our model, and let's pip here. By the way, hi everybody. Okay. What I've done for each of these is I have gone down and I have said that the style profile that I have is my palette 3-1. So I'm going to look at these materials, and it's just standard print temperature, etc. So it's just basic information for PLA. But if I want to look at splice settings, for that palette 3-1, I have 2 heat factor, 1 compression, 2 cooling. So that's what we were talking about before. And that should be fine for this. In fact, we were doing 101 and it was fine. But let's see how this goes. And let's preview it with our great big transition tower. Send it to the vise because that's the easiest thing. Sending. Well, it's taking a long time to send. That's odd. Okay, preview, send to device. Actually, it's already gone to the device. Is it not talking to the printer? Okay, was sent to the device successfully. And you don't have to send this multiple times. I'm just sort of going through the same thing again. I'm going to print Funfair Vase and start print. And now we're going to cross our fingers again. Initializing palette. Back over to 1. And it's going to take in filaments and this time hopefully be happy. Do I have all the screws in? Holy cow, I don't have all the screws in. Oh my gosh. Screws in. We have had everything open. Everything open. Which one do you need? The green? 4? You're asking for 4. I'm giving you 4. I saw your brother's was doing some stuff. Come on. There we go. Once it has it grabbed, they're fine. Oh no, that's right on top. We can't have picture in a picture there. Off. That's right on top of the important stuff. All right, in the meantime, it's going to say your printer is warming up. And so hopefully we can see that. Your printer is warming up. And it did this before. The very first filament is no way. Are you? What is going on? It has a piece of, oh my gosh. Cancel print, cancel print. What in the, it was fine. It's not our day, guys, is it? Is it? I'm seriously not doing this like to get like watch hours or anything, I swear. This is not the best way to do it. I like want to delete this video afterwards. What is this piece of Okay. Print canceled. Yep. Actually, this is a good spot to show that it is saying, all right, you've canceled your print. Would you like to clean out what's going on? And I was pressing ignore on all of that before. We have filament in the path here. I can ask it to pass it on through. I actually might cancel and do it a different way. See, I lost him again. Here. Okay, do I have everything in? So it's only this one. I'm going to skip it. I'm going to go to settings. Oops, sorry. Drive. And I am going to pull this back. Look at that. It's eating it though. That's not good. No. Something is. Oh, I know why. Okay. It is. It's seriously anything that can go wrong is going wrong. Anything that can go wrong. Okay, this particular piece of filament has been grabbed a couple times, so it's a little crunchy. And it got stressed. So I've just got junk here. Let me pull this down. Oh my gosh. It went into the machine. Oh, can you see that? Can you see that? It went into the machine. That's not good. Holy cow. I keep saying holy cow. Seriously. I did not expect to see that. I didn't even know it could get back there. I don't think that's ideal. I mean, I think having that right there, I don't think that should happen. Look, that's an inset spot where this thing sits on there. Why is there an entry point to the interior of the machine? Someone take a note for me to say that in my review. That's crazy. What in the... Now I can pull this backwards without a problem. That's just... I want to say some words that wouldn't be nice. That normally I would say. But we're on YouTube and I'm trying to be family friendly. Will someone swear for me, please? Thank you. I'll do the Ghostbusters Mother Puss Bucket. There. I feel better now. Let's do this test. I saw actually was on, what was the channel? Swearing lowers your stress, makes you feel better. See? That helps. Okay. All right. Guess what we're going to do? We're going to try it again. We're going to go over to 4. We are going to say, start print. We can do this. I hope. I'm going to have a mess on the floor at the end of the night. All right, be my friend, palette. I'm going to have a really hard time convincing any of you that the Mosaic Palette actually is a... Oh, wait, we'll go back to 1. All right, you want which one? 2, 1. I mean, this is, oh no, there's a screw missing. Where's the screw missing? Where's it missing? Here. No, here. 1, 2, 3. Here. It's missing here. Everybody tight, everybody tight, everybody tight. Be my friend. Come on. Come on. 12 times the charm. If we get this to work, I would love to delete the first hour or whatever this is. But this is, I mean, this is how things go sometimes. All right, your printer is preheating. So it is. The printer is, in fact, preheating. Fingers crossed, right? I know. I'm serious. I really have had excellent results with it. Yes, there have been problems. Yes, I've not had a problem like this where it just was not splicing. And then, of course, we just had one thing compounded after the other. What we want to watch right here is the filament coming out here. It will slowly come out. It's the fan's actually off. I want to talk about the fans later. A lot of stuff to talk about once we get this working. Is when the fan is off, it's actually applying heat. It's heating up what was the green part of the filament, and then it is pressing the orange into it, and then it's slowly going to move it over here. I think we have a splice, folks. So yeah, Mihai, I didn't catch it for the first, I don't know, two failures. That stuff was just happening, and I'm going to move you here. We'll do this all at once. It says your printer is preheating. Okay. Insert the filament into your extruder. Press next. Click on the collet. Smart load. Okay. Oops. Remove the prior print from the. Where the hell's the prior print? Where's my scraper? Remove the prior print. Is my Z height off? Oh, my Z height's okay. All right. That's what I do. And it is going through this loading printer, which you can't see because I have moved you away. I'm so sorry. Loading printer. So it's counting down. Huh? Stop. What you doing? You're acting like you know what you're doing.
I'm looking at that printer over there we didn't care about.
Were you? Oh, we were looking at the wrong printer. I'm sorry. My husband came in to fix things. Okay. So it's loading very slowly, a couple millimeters at the time. Now that we'll go back here, and it's, as you can see, loading a little bit. Are we focused here? Can you check that? It doesn't quite look focused. It doesn't look focused. Focus me. Did I mess it up? Oh, okay. Smart load complete. Next. Okay, start printing. Come on, start printing. Funfair Vase. We're not having fun with the Funfair. The fair has not yet been fun.
Oh, this one's focused.
Oh, yeah, that's the one that wasn't focused. Oh, that's better. Oh, this is so much better. Hello, dog. Hi, sweetheart. Hello.
Wait, does that show the blue?
The blue? What blue?
The focus peaking? No, it's not showing.
No. All right, so it's actually pausing here because it's doing something. I want to talk about pings and pongs. We've got a purge line, friends. We have a purge line, and this is our very first.
This dog is going to unplug something.
Oh, yeah, take the dog away. You don't let her unplug something. All right. Let's see what we got on here. So, my OCD makes me take that off. I have to take that off. Okay. Holy smokes. I'm having a hard time, breathing here. Wait. Unable to connect chat? Is anybody there? Are you printing? You're clicking. Why is there so much pressure here? . 'Cause 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 ' No, it's broken. It's snapped. Unbelievable. Something has snapped. It's stuck. The filament is stuck. What in the... Oh my gosh. I can't get it out. Let go. Let go. What's going on? What is going on? It said chat disconnected. I honestly have no idea what's going on.
Wait, what's disconnected?
It's not advancing here. I can't advance. It's like it's I don't know what's going on.
Are we still recording?
Yes, we are.
Unable to
Oh,
connect to chat.
Yeah, but it looks like
What does that even mean? It's still streaming though.
I can't get it to advance. I mean, this is like,
What's happening now?
look, I can't get this filament to pull. I cannot get the filament to pull forward.
So it's stuck somewhere.
Yeah, something is going on. I don't even know what's going on this time.
Daddy? Dad? Where are you?
I don't even know what's happening because I can't. It's not. It wouldn't give me filament. That's okay.
It was splicing.
No, I don't know what it was, but yeah, it wouldn't let me have. This is just a crazy day. No underneath there. I don't know what's going on. I mean, I seriously don't know what's going on. Stop advancing filament. I'm not ready for you. Just hold tight. I don't even know what's happening. I've never seen that happen either. Guys, I was fine with everything until that last thing. That, good Lord, I don't even know what was happening. All right, it said chat disconnected, so I hope you guys are here. I may have sweared 8 or 10 times there. So, hold on, I'll see if I can explain, if I can get this down. I might need to restart. Unbelievable. Can you believe I might need to restart? I can't believe it. No, I can believe you might need to restart. Because why not after all this time? There we go. All right, that's done. My hands, please. Oh, that's working. 1, 2, 3, and no, I'm not ready. Stop giving me filament. I am not asking for filament. All right. I will explain. Well, yeah, it was successful. But don't do that again. All right. Now work. Damn it. Oh, I'm swearing. All right. This may not work. This may not work. Sheesh, guys, I'm so sorry. I don't think my husband came in. I don't think he realized I needed to tell you guys. I needed to be you all to be over on the palette side. I am so sorry. Okay, let me see if I can explain what happened by showing you over here on the palette. So, first of all, on the printer, over here, see this Bowden tube that's coming out? So the palette does all its splicing. It comes out over here and it goes over here. This thing started bunching up. In a way, I've never seen it bunch up before. And then I looked, and I'll show you in a minute, but the first layer just actually isn't there. It did the perimeter, and then something happened. Palette got in a weird state or something, because the general rule is the printer always has priority. When the printer asks for more filament, you give it more filament. And for some reason, the palette was not giving any more filament to the printer. So I'm just gonna slap a bunch of glue stick down here because we're gonna need it. We are going to need it. Yeah, I'm gonna throw a bunch of glue stick down. If this fails, it fails. So really, really odd. Really odd. And so when I came back over to the palette, I don't know what I was doing. I took this off and I actually grabbed and pulled. And when I grabbed and pulled, it was like, oh, you want filament? Oh, fine. Here's some filament. And then it was fine. So I don't know what's going on. Jeez, it's one of those days. All right, it says, I am looking at chat over here, and it says chat is disconnected. So my whole chat thing that I'm doing, and I don't know if I can refresh this because it may kill. I don't know if I can. I don't honestly know if I can. So if you guys are talking on my computer over here, it says you're not. All right. It actually, I don't think you guys have been talking for about 15 minutes. So I've got to scroll back up. Because I thought nobody was saying anything. And in fact, my chat just wasn't talking. All right. So let's go to 2. And you'll see what I'm running into trouble-wise is that first layer just didn't happen, but we might be okay. Okay. .3DZ's prints, your white's always webby. That filament dryer is great. I really like that filament dryer. Okay. I know lots of people. Okay, do you see it doing it again? It's doing it again. It's doing it again. Something is going on. I got to go to 1. I'm going to show you what's happening. See that? The palette is not letting go of the filament. And so nothing's happening. Nothing is happening. I have to cancel the job. I have to cancel it. Something is going wrong. This is the printer. I mean, this is super tight. It's trying to pull. It's trying to pull filament. It can't pull filament. It's not letting go of the filament. Cancel. I have no idea what's going on. The printer is asking for filament. Palette's not giving it filament. Another thing I've never seen before. We're discovering all sorts of stuff. Into the screen. Yes, filament is extruding with the correct color. Print canceled. Yeah, print canceled. Clear. Done. Watch. See it release? You see it release? It finally gave it filament. Oh my gosh. Something is not getting a proper message. What could it be? This is here. This is working. Could a sensor be broken? unload filament. Look, we've got splices. We've got great splices. Got great splices. Hold on. We still have one problem. You guys know you were going to be coming with me for debug 101? Debug palette, debug 101? Okay, here we go. That's not what I wanted. I wanted 3. Here. So look, all of these splices are really beautiful. It's done a great job on all these splices. I mean, they're strong. That's what we want. But now it's acting up. My pile of filament on the floor is getting bigger and bigger. We're going to try it again. It did have a hiccup at the very beginning. And if we can't get it going after a little bit, because I'm definitely willing to keep trying. I'll change the title of this. I'll change the title of this video to something that indicates debugging the palette. So yeah, not the success we were hoping for. All right. Okay. In the meantime, we have over here on 4, start print. I'm doing it. I'm just that crazy. Print job has been sent to the printer. Let's go over to palette. And look at palette. Now, Be My Friend is work this time. Everybody's tied down. Everybody's happy. I'm going to clean off my bill plate. It's gotten all junked up. Sorry, I know I'm in what. All right. What are we on now? The 12th time? I'm going to go back and count. I was joking about the 12th time, but we may actually be on the 12th time. Okay. Now, let's see the view. The view is okay. We're here. It's going to kick it out. The buffer has been filled up. We're not looking at a useless printer. Here it comes. And we're going to get the message, please load your printer. Your printer is preheating. Okay. Oh, palette is making filament. So hold tight. All right. Feed it into the extruder. Don't let it go. Yeah. Next. Smart load. Load smartly. Okay, and we can see that it's pulling as it should. All is well. It's counting down. It has some amount more to go. What are you doing? Is this a printer problem? Palette ran into a problem. Okay. Okay, this is where before. No, I can pull. I can pull. Do I have a printer issue? Oh, look, I have plenty of filament lying around. I'm going to load filament for a sec and see if we have any problems. I don't. No, it's not loading with the correct color. I'm just going to say that for a little bit. I'm not seeing any issues here. No. Yes. Hold on. Okay. I'm not seeing any issues with the filament being loaded. Just cut this off. Nothing here. Oh, okay. So let's do smart load. Give me some. Oh, okay. It's not going to let it. Oh, my word. I've interrupted the process, so let me do this. What can I do? Palette ran into the problem. I don't know if I can do this. Yes. I might have just faked it out. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I did it. Oh, okay. We've got filament coming in. Is it loading? Not really. Damn it. No, we don't. Okay, here's the thing. Clip guide tube. Next. Smart load. Not feeling very smart right now. I'm like so flummoxed. And you don't have any filament. I have to cancel this. I can't. This is not. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Oh my god. Yes, I know you're out of filament. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm swearing. Yes, it was loaded successfully. Reboot. All right. All right. Clear. Just getting in this spot is tearing. This is where it is. Look, that's okay. Clear output. It's this piece here. This piece is not right. I'm sorry. I'm like in hardcore debug mode. I hope you guys are like I'm over here working on this thing and I can't see chat. I'm like hard-headed and I won't give up on it. So is this piece, it's gone now. I just lost it. Oh my gosh, I lost it. Here we go. So we had an issue with this little piece coming undone. Are these gears fine? This should be like this very nicely and evenly. There should be nothing there. Everything is cleaned. That looks good. Oh, I know what the problem is. Oh my gosh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I know what the problem is. Oh, I know what the problem is. Oh my gosh, I know what the problem is. Okay. Okay. Let me zoom in over here. We had a really bad time where it came over here and it bunched up and it made a huge mess with this. I didn't even think about it. What happened was the PTFE tube got dragged over here. This end is supposed to be connected into here, just like this is connected here. It's actually torn it too. So I'm gonna have to cut it. Need some bigger cutterers. That's what it's doing. That's why it's getting all ticked off. Just going to cut a little bit of an end off there because it should be inside the PTFE tube the whole way here. Which is why, remember how I said, why is there an opening into the back of the printer? I'm still blocking. And I'm not even there. Why is there an opening that the filament could get into the back of the printer? It normally shouldn't be able to because it's covered or protected with this PTFE tube. Unless, that's why we're having, this is just special debugging day on Filament Stories. We should make popcorn. Should seriously make popcorn. I've got to get this just the right length. Why didn't I see that before? By the way, I have a live stream running on TikTok, and it's a print, and it's boring, and it's probably doing nothing but printing like it's supposed to. So you could always check that one out. If this one is frustrating, which it is. I'm going to get in the way. Okay, there we go. I've got that. I've got that. Stay, sit, stay. Oh, it's in there. It's in there. I've lost a little bit of length on the PTFE tube. I am not upset about it because it doesn't go past that catch point. We might have a different situation now. Might. Something was up. I knew something wasn't right. Now, why it wasn't splicing, I don't know, but that makes all the difference. That makes all the difference. What's my mother-in-law? Hi, Nana. Oh, I have hope. I have hope now. I didn't have a little bit ago. Very quiet when the palette's not running, right? Okay. All right, palette. You want to try this again? I'm going to try it again. Okay. Okay, everybody. Do you see, like, my hair? I'm like a mess. The palette's doing this to me. Honestly, as much as this is crazy today, everybody has all these days. You guys are just getting to take this fun journey with me, right? Did I really mess my hair up? It probably looks like a wreck. Okay. Yeah. Time to go. It's go time. Ooh, I really did do some crazy hair stuff. Okay. The job has started. So, friends, relatives, people who are still here. Come onto the table. Lights bad on that. There you go. Crazy town. Crazy town. Okay. Oh, it knows I'm live. It's trying to mess with you. I mean, you guys are like my new best friends for like sticking with us here for all of this. It was printing and then it stopped. So I think, what's it doing? I think it was confused. It's got all these measurement points at different spots. I just wonder if it was confused because of what was happening here. Everything that went wrong kind of went wrong, right? Here, over here, I'll put my big choppers away. It's filament everywhere. All right, feed extruder. Can you see this? Feed extruder. I would love to feed the extruder. Do we have enough? Yes, we have enough. Next. Flip the guide tube. Next. Smart load. Please. Smart load. Please be smart and load. Okay. It is now caught and loaded. Load printer. Do not give errors. Be happy. I'm still worrying. Don't worry. Be happy. Oh, look at that. It's not getting the error it was before. Oh, yeah. Let's see. It's got 15.5 centimeters to it. It's very precise. 9.1. 7.8. Okay. I really like some of this filament I was going to do. I think that we could. Okay, load is complete. Set the spool down. Load is complete. Smart load complete. Next. And clean it off and start printing. Could this be it? Could this be it, friends? Let's go to 2. 2. Will put me up in the corner with my hair that's gone crazy. I really should have brushed it. Okay. Hi, Disney Daydreaming. You are joining in. You didn't curse it. It's okay. It was cursed before you got here. The filament splice is thicker than the Bowden tube. There's some interesting numbers on that. I'm trying to remember. They're very, very exact tolerances that they have. I'm not going to talk. It's printing. On the, that was it. Holy smokes, that was it. I mean, at least it was one of the its. Some very exact tolerances that they have with how big that Bowden tube is and how big the splice range can be. The splice could be bigger than 1.75. It can be some, I forget. I need to go look that up. But they have a very specific tolerance that they're supposed to be in. Hard reboot. We did a hard reboot whole speed. We did. I mean, I powered it up. Oh, there's food here. Somebody brought me food. I just noticed food. So Disney Daydreaming, we have had a bunch of things happen. And I still contend that, hey, Marge Gizmo, you have missed, hopefully Mihai told you about it, like the epic everything going wrong event. So I did not do any prep for this. I put filament on there, random filament, all PLA, and just said, you know what? I'm going to take a print, never have sent it before, 8 colors, and see how it goes. And we've run into some things I've never seen before. And since November, I've been printing with this since November. I really have had a lot of success. And so I'm hoping that everybody who's here and people who watch this don't take today as an example, because there's some things that happened today I cannot explain. I mean, I physically rebooted it. I changed back to Polyalchemy Elixir because the splices were not working well. And I'm looking at it with questioning. So if you're joining us and you want to see what we're attempting to print, no, what we're printing, it's going to make it. It's going to make it. Let's come over here. I saw your printing Mars Gizmo the other day. It looked good. It's under my clock spring folder. This is this Funfair vase, and that is going to be the plan, right? We are going to have fun with this vase, right? Going to have fun. So it's 8 colors. It's got an inner swoop. It's not a vase mode vase. An inner swoop and an outer swoop, and it is quite small compared to the bill volume. However, or bill plate, if you'll notice, the transition tower is very large. And so if we preview it, this is an example of how to print a lot of Polyalchemy Elixir into a purge block, because there's very little infill in this. So there's not a lot of places for the filament to go. MCB, hello. You have horrible signal? Okay, that's okay. Stay as long as you can. That's okay. I'm glad you're here. Wait a minute. This is 3D Experiments? Okay, you popped in at the right moment, because up until now, how long has this live been going? Well, I can't see. Where's the time? I can't see how long it's been going. Up until now, it has not been working. Yeah, it's not been working. Oh, let me do I have a picture in the picture? I'm here. Look at my hair. It's like going crazy. This is because I'm going, yeah, everything that could possibly have gone wrong, I've kind of gone wrong. This is what we're printing. I thought I switched over to it and I didn't. So it's this Funfair vase that, back, Clock Spring did. It is 8 colors, 4 inner colors, 4 outer colors, or you can just do 2 colors if you want. Wait, 2 years now? Yeah. And food appeared over in the corner, which some very nice family member dropped me off food. I said, "Oh, it's going to be a long print." Now, I said to Clock Spring, "Give me something fairly simple. 8 colors would be good." He might be in the class. Yeah. How long's it been going? I don't know why it's not showing me good time. It might be covered in something, or I'm just so stressed. I'm actually not that stressed. It's not my fault that's going wrong. Forever and ever. This is what it's supposed to do. This is what it should have done the first time. To do a recap of, let's go back to the printer. To do a recap of what happened. So it's just doing green right now. Let me do a recap of what happened here. So we had the 8 filaments. It brought it in. First print, it sent it over to the printer, and something went wrong, and there was a failure, and then we had a break in the filament, and that was odd. So I had to do a second one. We did the exact same thing, and there was a break in the filament, and that was odd. And so then I was suspecting the filament, because I just grabbed a bunch of different spools of filament. I really wanted to just throw different filaments at it without having any specific splice tuning and see how well it did. And I was suspect of the filament. So then I did some splice tuning, and we splice tuned a couple times, at which point I realized something was up, and the palette was not applying the proper amount of heat. It was applying very little heat. So I rebooted the palette, We did a little bit more testing. And then I said, you know what? I'm going to bring some polyalchemy elixir in. I know that will work. And that worked. And I said, at this point, we need to get this going. Let's switch over to polyalchemy elixir just so that we can have a successful live stream. And then we had a bunch of other stuff go wrong, right? To sum that up. Well, no, I'm going back over here. Oh, wait. First of all, I want to talk about this. So the very first layers of the transition tower, you'll notice were solid. But if you see this last layer is very airy lines. It's just little airy lines back and forth. And that's because if it doesn't need to put any more filament across there, it's not going to waste it. The bottom of the vase is all green. And so it's going to do the minimum it needs to do to raise the level up to get to the next level. Over 2 hours. Hey, we're on layer 3 now, right? We're on layer 3. Look, we're making progress. So yeah. MCB, I'm so glad to see you. Okay, so now it's going to do a little bit more. The goal here with the transition tower is to raise it up the minimum it needs to just raise it up. It doesn't need a lot of filament. By the way, sometimes these transition towers in the middle will look really junky. It doesn't matter, right? All they're trying to do is give it, it's a lot of logic in there to give it the minimum amount of filament needed to raise it up. But let's see what we got. Yes, 3D experiments. It is a great, wait, if hours were years and work by the book, 2 years, right? It's been going for 2 years and it's a 10-hour print, which means I'll be asleep for some of it. Okay, so absolutely 3D experiments. I have planned for a while. In December, I was like, I've got to get the Palette 3 review out. I have to get it. And I'm glad I waited. December got complicated. We went to Protopasta and then subsequently are doing some work with Protopasta, which has been a lot of fun. But I was like, in January, I need to do that. But January was busy. And so I'm glad I waited because they did a firmware update. They actually did 2 firmware updates. And they have improved things and they have made some things better. So I have had more experience printing with Palette. And just as a thought, the folks at Mosaic call it Palette instead of the Palette. And I've always called it the Palette. It seems odd to me to say, and so then Palette did this and then Palette. But that's how they say it. So I'm trying to get that into my nomenclature. Hey, Cheese. Oh my gosh. Hi, Cheese. My son couldn't say my daughter's name when he was tiny. And so he called her Cheese. And so her nickname was Cheese for a long time. It's cute. And she later was like, why am I called Cheese? And I was like, this is your brother couldn't say your name. I love cheese. Yes. I know. You know what? Derek, wait. Derek Ottaway, I agree. And it's one of the great things is like waking up in the morning and you have this great print. I'm going to show you a great print completely out of just unrelated. I ran out of, let me bring you up on the, which one is this? 3? Okay. So I was on TikTok last night because we do a lot of videos. In fact, I think I'm live streaming on TikTok right now, another print that hopefully will, just like you were saying, be happily printing. And so I saw somebody do a reply to somebody. It just showed up in my For You page. And I was like, who is this person? And it was somebody that I didn't know, a 3D printing person. And I ended up getting to it and I just swiped up. And this is sheer coincidence. And he said, I actually can't get you. And I saw a hashtag Clock Spring and I love Clock Spring's models. And he said, I actually can't tell you where to get that model because it was never published. And it was a Clock Spring model and it looked really cool. And so he said, I messaged Clock Spring and it was something just fairly recent. And so I went over on the Discord for his Patreon, and I messaged him. I'm like, hey, go check and see if you have a message from somewhere. I want that print because it looks really neat. So I have it here, but I don't have the AA batteries. AA batteries. But he's done a bunch with battery. You tell I ran out of one filament. He's done a bunch with battery holders before. But what's neat about this is you open it up and you drop the batteries in, and then they go. They sort of follow along in a path here. I'm not holding that up high enough. You can't see it. You still can't see it. Can you see it through the back? You kind of see it through the front. I haven't cleaned it up yet. It goes back and forth in here. So it makes a nice snaky path. And then you take this and you roll it forward and you get your battery, and you go back and you get the next one and you roll it forward and you get your battery and you roll it back. And so he said he released it. So I think he doesn't quite have it up yet because I begged him for it. Because I'm printing this for Protopasta, so he let me have a sneak peek at it. But he's going to put it up for free on Patreon. I mean, on My Mini Factory, which I just think it's great. He's had a whole bunch of battery containers in the past, but I like this because it's not just a container that you have to open up. You just fill it full of batteries, and then I can tell my children, go get more batteries. I like this. You have a consistent connection. Nothing like a consistent connection. I am having wait. Do we have color? We have color. What? Look at this. Okay. Remember how I told you it was going to look junky? It will probably be fine. Boy, that is some ugly. Here, I'm going to bring you in. I bet my husband has it like super. I can't do it. Oh, he's fixed it. He doesn't like it. Okay. That's a messy mess there. It's okay. It should be okay unless it starts to crash the head and we have an issue. But the inside of your transition tower does not matter. Yeah, now, Derek, hold on. Let me tell you. I need to show you. So, any questions that you might have had that I didn't get to, and once it gets to printing, let me check it out for a minute here. I'm going to peek at it. Yeah. Okay, so now what it was doing there is it's all about how many colors does it have to transition from for each layer. If it's going from green to yellow, that's fine. But if it's going to go from all of the colors, that transition tower has to be able to make it through every color. So let's go over to the sliced model. I really would like to get closer on this. I know my husband has gotten this all back, and can we get in there? This is like we're so far away. I want to be friends with the print. Okay. Woo! That's closer than I anticipated. What did I do? Holy smokes, it's going between two modes. Stop. Stop. Not you guys. I'm going to need, I don't have pipes. Oh, of course he's tightened it so much I can't get it in myself. I want it as tight as we can get. Stop it! Not you guys. The camera's doing something. Quick, hurry. Actually, can you come down? No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm zooming in a very nice, calm way. Oh, it is doing a head crash. And it's just come down. All right. So it did have a head crash. It is kind of junky. Hopefully it'll be okay. Let me see. Push some of it down. I have cold tech support. it should get over this mess, but I made it sound more dire than it is. Okay, so let me show you what I'm doing. I go in here because I'm like, ooh, I want to zoom in, and I zoom in, and then it goes in, and then it jumps back out. And so I can't figure out how to make it stay zoomed in. I don't want to see the printer. I want to see. Yeah, see? See that?
That's as close as it gets.
Excellent. Make it be that close. I don't know why we're looking at everything else. We just want to see the print. Oh, look at that. See? Good, good, good.
Oops. About this.
Yep. The only thing I want to see is as close as we can get to that print.
Is that good?
Yeah. But every time I was zooming it, and then it would like back out and it would do weird things. See? Isn't that great?
So it seems to be printing.
But so I've lost chat here. It says chat was disconnected. It will try to reconnect, but it doesn't. But I don't know that I can touch anything.
Still have chat over here.
But I can't see it here. And this is the one that would be really helpful if I could see it. But this is the whole reason this was open.
Yeah, I know. I don't know.
Thank you. That's all. You telling me a workaround I already had figured out. Thank you for the food. Okay. Hold on. Hold on.
Hello.
Ah. All right. So it did have. I'm going to do picture. Am I picture in picture here? Yeah, I did have one head crash. I'm not overly surprised.
Pop out the chat.
Ooh, can you pop it out?
Oh, why are we signed in?
Oh, well, don't do anything. Will it mess it up?
No, I don't want to leave the site. Cancel.
Okay, just leave it. Restore chat. Restore chat.
Yeah, it still says.
Okay.
Did that show up?
Because if I chat here, I'm Sunblade.
Did testing show up yet?
Mm-mm.
It might have been that I signed into YouTube Studio on my phone and it kicked you out here.
Okay. Well, that's okay. Is everybody, can you still hear me? Ooh, you just got your first 3D printer. Whole Speed says hi.
Why?
I'm telling you.
I texted him my Wordle.
Oh, no, not Wordle.
I was successful.
Are you guys doing like Wordle head to head?
No, you just share occasionally.
All right. So this is a pretty junky looking transition tower. Come on, Matisse. Come on. Come on. Hi, sweetheart. I know. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on.
The daughter has snuck in here too.
Oh, I have a daughter in here too. Okay. So it's you have to tell me what?
He told you that I was here.
Oh, well, I know. My daughter, she snuck in and she's hiding under
Oh.
the pinball machine. All right. So let's see. Oh, okay. So there was, okay, Mars Gizmo. So there's two things going on. One of them was, and I put a video on it, out on it, back. So it's a combo issue, and I don't know that it's completely solved. I'm looking at here and not there. It's still hitting that transition tower pretty hard. Okay, yes, it was doing this thing. You couldn't actually print on a Mark III if you're printing on a Mark III back in December timeframe, because it would do exactly that. It would do this. It would be like it was ramming. It would ram filament, and you would get these just really big blobs. And so you had to back level the firmware in order to get it to print. But then when I came in just in March after my ski trip, there was a new Mark III firmware update. And at that point, you had to do the firmware update or you were getting it. So if you've got the latest firmware update on the Mark III, it should go away. But I still question it because I'm seeing like, oh, we can't see here. Can you see? You can see just a little bit of the what do you call it, the visualizer here, and it seems like it's, let me get it up a little bit. You see a little bit of that visualizer. I still am not sure it is, because that's fine what it's doing there, but every now and then you hear where it's doing the it's linear advance. No, is it linear advance? Linear advance was the problem back in December, and you had to back level the Prusa Mark III firmware in order to fix it, and then I had to upgrade it in order to fix it. You got the latest. It's still the issue. Okay, I am not. I may have seen it, and I don't know because I saw. Hold on. Oh, it's messy. This is a very tiny, lots of colors. I think I may have seen it, but I don't have confirmed evidence. How about that? So since I don't have confirmed evidence, I'm going to keep looking for it because yeah, it was linear advance in December. Okay, consistently while over the purge block, or are they rotating irregularly? Let me see if I can look. I have an access issue right there, but let me see. Well, I can't get to it from here. Can I get around to it? We're in, it looks like there's lots of space here. There's not. Let me go around to see if I can see. No, I don't think I can get to it from here. Okay, that time it was consistent. That time it was consistent. I think the visualizer is pretty accurate. I mean, sometimes that thing slips, which is why I wanted to go check. Okay, it's got a lot of color in here. I want to go to the, since we've seen it print for a little bit, I want to go over to the, oh, you've locked on me. Unlock on me. I want to go back over to the, and we'll hope everything's going well with that. I want to go back over here and look at the, did I get the right spot? I don't have the right spot. Let's go here. Let's go over here. Let's look at the print and talk a little bit about what we've got here, because this is, let's see if we can go down to the layer. So this is the purge block that we're going to have, and it will be going through, let's do picture in a picture, just because why not? Now let's see kind of where we are. We started out with just green, and then we saw that layer that did just the basic lines that it could, and did some cross hatches, and then this is where it ran into trouble, where it went from having that really open, airy, to having to do all of these color changes in one go. And it just did not do a good job. It was drooping in there. Yeah, there is. It says, it should say it here. Does it say it here? Let me see here. Print summary. I'm looking at the print summary over here. This is giving us a length in splices, pings, tool index, path height, layer height, print speed, band height, print temperature, path type. Let's see what we've got here. Inner perimeter, outer perimeter, solid, and transition. And is it? No, that's just showing the lines. Tool index. So let me show something about that because that's a great question. And ooh, this is what it's going to do as it's coming up, as it's changing through. So as it's building this very colorful, so it's basically doing the same thing all the way up. Every single layer is changing colors 8 times, and we're asking Palette to do that. So if I'm going to bring up some old prints. To do some comparison here, because the waste filament is largely, I'm going to bring me, yeah. The waste filament is largely a question of what we're asking the palette to do, and it's doing what it can within limitations. So hold on, I've got stuff everywhere. Purge, transition towers everywhere. So hold on. Okay. So this is a minus the lid, and I like to show this one a lot. This is a print, and this is the transition tower. So it's a pretty small transition tower. Oops, it went like this. Pretty small transition tower, and we're going to have that fan the whole time. And you can see that, I'm going to make sure, yeah, you can see that where it was just orange, it was just doing just orange. And if you can look underneath here, it was doing the same thing again with that very airy crosshatch, the minimum that it could do in order to get, see if I can get it, I've almost punched through it, in order to build the height up. And then it got to the part where it needed to do red and orange, followed by just red, red and yellow, followed by just yellow. And you notice when it got to the point that it was done with color changes, the transition tower stopped because there was no reason to continue on. Right? So this is a small transition tower because we had at most 2 colors that were happening at once. So you can see it here. It was going from the red to the yellow. And the size of this is dependent on some factors that we get to choose. And that's, we get to tell it how strong a color it is going from red to yellow or yellow to red, red to orange, orange to red, orange to yellow. And so you can set every single one of those values. And I did go in and set some of those values in here. But if we were to say, these are really highly pigmented filaments, I want to take a really long transition time. I want you to go 200 millimeters of distance to purge out from orange to red or red to yellow. The transition tower would be much larger as a result. But in this case, these filaments are pretty good. They don't actually do a lot of, they're pretty good about, even though they're highly pigmented, not leaving a big mess behind. I keep listening in case something's going on. Okay, so that's one transition tower. But the opposite transition tower is, where is it? Where is it? Here it is. Something very similar to what we're doing right now. Let me see. Hold on. Check the messages. No. Okay, MCB. Okay, so I'm reading and makes. Okay, Mars gives. I hope it helps. No, I mean, hey, that's why we're all in this together, right? We're all helping everybody. All All right, so here's the next thing. So the first one was we had 3 colors, transition tower. The maximum was changing in any given row or was 2 colors at a time. So this is the next one. It's similar to this. It's 8 colors. Every single layer had 8 colors, and it looks really nice. But in order to do this, we asked the palette to change the color 8 times. And this is the transition tower for that particular, this print. So good and bad. One, it's beautiful. Bad, this is a lot. This is a half a kilo. This is a half a spool of filament. I'm never getting rid of this because it's very pretty. It's pretty on both sides. And that one will be pretty too. The interior looks messy, but it'll look nice. So bad things about this, and I saw another question in here, is that on the build plate, I put down 1 copy and I printed this. If I were to populate the build plate with as many as I could, if I could have fit 12, 13 on the build plate, I could have printed 13 of these and would have still only had this transition tower because you're really just changing out the tool head, right? I'm in red. I need to get to orange. What do I do? So in this case, we have asked it to do this job. So I always like to, say we made this choice and we made the decision on how much filament it was going to take to do that. Another example is, so yeah, this is, I love this transition tower, but it is a brick of polyalchemy elixir. Where is, oh, I had it. Oh, shoot. I don't have it. I thought I had it. I ran out of room. Oh, I ran out of room. But this is another example that I like to show. So let's go back before I show the next thing. And no, wait, there's a question. The question was, can you transition into other things? So if you have a model that is like, let's say it's this model. There's a lot of infill in this model. There's infill in a bunch of places. You can tell palette, and by default it's checked on. That, hold on. That was a head crash. Let's go back and look. Yeah, it's okay. It's still getting over. Oh, come on. You're all right. If I get it here. Arrgh, I see where it is. Okay, I'll let it go. It'll get past it. So there's a lot of where am I? I'm not here. I'm here. Here we go. So there's a decent bit of infill in this. You can, by default, it's on with the palette. It's also on with the Prusa MMU, the multi-material unit, and to purge into transition. So purge into infill. So any infill that it can use, I'm on the teal and I'm trying to go to green. I'm going to see what I can do to purge out that teal and the infill before I go to the green. And there's algorithms to do that. So absolutely, that's another one. Now, one that you can't do with palette right now, but I believe they are working on it, is to purge to a secondary model. And you can do that with Prusa Slicer. You can purge, at least I think you can. I've not messed around with that. Can anybody confirm that? Can you confirm that you can purge to another model? So if I have 3 frogs, and I want 2 of the frogs to be green and blue, and then the 3rd frog, I'm like, I don't care. As you transition from green to blue, make that frog the transition tower instead of the actual block. And to the extent that it can, it will make that transition. Now, if it's a frog and it has little tiny arms, like this frog, it's got little tiny arms and legs, and it doesn't have enough space to transition to in that model, then it would still have to go to a transition tower. But it can build the transition tower much smaller. And there's more to that story too. Hold on, Mihai. You can purge to another model. Okay. Does it have to be the same item? No, I don't think it has to be the same item. I think you can just say, I've got 3 models on the build plate or 2 models on the build plate, purge to that one over there. And it will algorithmically figure out, in order to do the colors the way you're asking for them, I need to do this to transition to them. I'll dump as much as I can into infill, and then I'll dump as more that I can into the next model. And if anything's left, I'll make a transition tower. And so that way you're, in fact, that's one of those things, especially for people who, I a lot of times I don't care what a model looks like. So it would be kind of fun to see them all multicolored, because some of these towers are really pretty. I mean, I would love to have another one of these that was sort of interesting colors like this. I think it would be interesting looking, which remind me, I want to talk about another transition style that is going to be in my review. Absolutely. So hold on that thought, because the next thing I want to talk about is that transition length. So here is a clock spring model that was really cute. He had, am I in focus? I hope I'm not focusing. That I feel like I should get down lower. I feel like the camera's low. Okay. It's interesting. It's a container. You can put stuff in it, but you can change how you feel. So this is the pirate, and then you've got the eye patch with the dots or the rivets, and then you've got the hearts. And down at the bottom, you've got a teeth. You have unhappy face, and mine doesn't, and smiling face. And I got my pink and my gold switched because this was supposed to be pink heart eyes and a gold tooth and gold rivets. So this is fine, but this is a mess. If you look at the back, it's supposed to be a white skull, and it's not. And that's because the decisions that I made in order to try to keep this transition tower smaller caused it to not purge out. White is just tough to purge out to. And I was a little overzealous and thinking that, my filaments can purge out, no problem. And so I had much shorter lengths. And so I got this model. I had a smaller transition tower. I still love him. And he's a good example. I'm a little out of focus. I thought I was out of focus. Thank you for saying that. Okay, what do? I get in focus? I don't know what to do to get in focus. I thought I was out of focus. Is this better? Is this better? It seems a little better. Let me know. Let me know in chat. Destroy McDonald. Looks fine to me. Okay. So yeah, this is an example of this. How long a transition do we want? So let's go and look in Palette how you define that, and also compare. And I am going to compare to Prusa Slicer, and there's a reason I'm going to compare to Prusa Slicer, and that's because if you decide to get a palette, you can use Canvas, this tool that I'm in here, but you also have the option to use Prusa Slicer as another slicer. So let's go in and look at this. I am going to go back, and I'm going to look at some of the settings for this. So just like you would have settings for any model, let's go in here and look at this. And I'm going to scroll down to the transition area. So you've got general, layer height, length, how many perimeters, what's your infill. In fact, it might have made more sense given this that we, instead of infill, which was the default, I think it gave us, that maybe we should have done 15% infill. And that would have, and maybe we did it cellular? I don't know what cellular is. Is that gyroid? Okay, anyway. So that might be a different way to change to it. So again, it's doing whatever we ask it. So here's transition. And anytime you, it's a little annoying, but anytime you get over something, it pops up this, here's where you fit within the standard, what's most commonly used. So the transition method here is this transition tower and side transition, and then the transition length. And here's that checkbox. I got to get my cursor off it. Is use infill for transitioning. So, am I going to be in the way if we pop up here? Why is that not? Oh, because. Huh. Okay. So, no. Hold on just a second. On. 4. Uh-oh. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, folks. I'm looking at the wrong screen. All right. We'll leave this one. So, the default option is transition tower. We'll start with that one. And that's our transition tower that we've seen. The other one is side transition. And that is an option that is available. That is I think you can buy it, but usually you get it as a kit, but you also can build it yourself. I think it's by Big Brain 3D. I've built it. And it's an interesting little thing that you build. And instead of going back and forth to do the transition, it actually moves the extruder over to the side, extrudes a small pellet of filament onto a domed metal surface. It gives it a second to cool, and then it bump, and it kicks it. It hits it. The extruder moves left and right really rapidly, and it kicks it into a bucket with a little spring assembly. And I have that because I've built it and I've used it. I didn't have confidence that I didn't have confidence that I could leave it. And I also did it with the Palette 2, and the Palette 2 I didn't have confidence with for a lot of things. I never left the Palette. I did not have a lot of success with the Palette 2. And a lot of people I would see Palette 2 prints all the time. I'll just go on about it for a minute because I was like, your Palette is printing fine and mine is not. And I had a lot of reliability problems. My Palette had a component on it break in the middle of the Palette 3 live stream, but I ordered it because, just like I was saying before, right? Sometimes your 3D printers are making you crazy and you're like, I'm just going to put this in the bin and send it off with the trash. But then it works again and you remember why you love it. When the palette's working, it's great. It really is. And so while I'm rambling, let's check on our print. Oh, look, it's looking nice now. So when the palette's working, it's wonderful. It really is. And by the way, I want to jump in here and say this is my experience with the Palette 3. I start the print, it starts going, and then it runs. So aside from everything crazy that went on at the beginning of this, and I still have some questions to investigate, this has been my experience. Start the print, and it prints, and it just goes. So I saw the changes that they made in the Palette 3 and how instead of having they had individual pieces of hardware that were coming in for filament sensing and for advancing each of the different filaments. And they took all of that and they put that all in one area here. And then just the overall area that they had for the buffer and how they changed that so that aside from this one little area that's moving in and out, it was contained in a Bowden tube the whole way, all the way to the nozzle. I just so much was improved that even though my palette broke in the middle of the announce video, I ordered the Palette 3 right there because it's one of those things. I love it. It's great. So I'm sorry, that was a little cut off the side of that. Okay, let's go back to the print and let me see what's come up in chat. Okay, we're still here. Okay, so purging to a transition tower is the primary way. Purging to a side transition is not done that much, but I do think there are some people that are doing it and have had success with it. I don't think it's very commonly used. And I'm not sure how much filament it actually saves because you still have to purge from one color to the next to get a clean color. The whole point of the transition tower is I'm in purple. I need to be in white. I have to be sure I've got complete white because I'm printing eyes for whatever reason. And how long you have to transition for that is not going to change whether you're purging it out to the side or you're purging it out in rows of printed filament. And then the use infill for transitioning, which by default is turned on, and it says enabled. They want to use this. There's no reason not to do this. Your infill's hidden. So I don't know. I guess that's the statistics for that. But now we get to the important part. The important part that tells us how big this transition block is going to be. Is it going to be small? Is it going to be big? The transition length, I think, from Mosaic is 120. I can't remember. I think the transition length is 120 by default, which is long, but it's also going to ensure that you get a clean color. So Mosaic is, I think, erring, this is my guess, I don't know, but Mosaic is erring on the side of we would rather you get a print that looks beautiful and then say, how can I reduce the transition tower size versus my transition tower is, because you're always going to think, I mean, it's always sacrificial filament, so it's always a waste. But I keep all mine. I'm going to do something with mine someday. I have a plan for them. But the, yeah, and then look at how you can reduce that transition tower. So my one thought here is that 30 is the minimum. And what I do? I pressed enter. Shouldn't have pressed enter. Let's go back in. Let's go back in. Scroll down. Go to transition. All right. So 30 is the minimum. And I think that for getting a color to another color, 30 is fine. I think 30 is actually really low, but does work with a lot of colors. Silks are sometimes don't hold pigment as much. Depends on the filament, depends on the, but then you've got this transition target at position, which is where we've got these 30 millimeters or this 120 millimeters. Where should we prepare for that color to be transitioning in? And that one you can mess around with. I just leave that by default. But here's where we want to look at the variable transitions. And this is, oops, went back out of advanced. So this is where you actually have some more control. Right now, oops, I've got, that should be 30. So if you go in here, instead of having a transition length of 130 or 30 for everything, you can change it to say, I've got red, it's a weak color. So we can treat it with a minimum transition length. Or in this case, red is a really strong color. So we need to beware as we're transitioning from red, it's very strong. We need to take longer to transition out of it. So you've got, they say this minimum and maximum, and I don't know if there is a mid-range in between. I've never understood this because minimum to me would be weak and maximum would be strong. So is the middle halfway between? I'm not sure on that. But you can say, yeah, the yellow's kind of in the middle and orange is strong and this blue is weak and that lilac is weak. Purple's super strong. And, oh wait, you're strong. So you can do something like this. That might be how I would set this out based on how these colors are. And that will give you shorter transition lengths for colors that don't need a long transition and longer transition lengths that want to do, obviously. It is knocking over there. It's doing a lot of, we're going to go look at it in a second. And the last thing with this is advanced configuration options. And this is where you get a grid. This is where you can control any color to any color. I'm going red to purple. I'm going green to yellow. And if you have any one, and actually I started messing with these, but then we started the live stream and I actually didn't finish doing these or I would have shown it. So that's gives you an idea of the control you have over trying to make your transition tower as small as you can reasonably make it. Make it as small as you can make it while still getting prints that look good, and they've given you a lot of control there. Yeah, the purge model would be interesting, and that's one of the things I want to do. Oh yes, we need to go see this. Ta-da! I'm sorry, I was just thinking that we need to go see the model. I'm sorry, and we need to turn me off. Turn me off. Off. There. So it's making a lot of boom, 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 boom noises, and that's because it's coming in and out of that area so many times. This is a small area, and I'm going to zoom in. I'm going to go. No, I did not mean to do that. Oh, crap. I have to slice it again. I made a change, and I didn't press cancel, and now I got to slice it again. And I'm only grumbling because it's a long slice. It's how many splices was this? I don't remember. It's a lot of filament splices. So many things to talk about. I actually really like doing this on live stream because there are lots of things to talk about. So if you think about it, it's coming in 8 different times to this model for every layer. And it's jumping around and moving around because there are 4 different spots. 4 different spots? I can't see because it's analyzing geometry by 32%. And so internally, I don't think this is the most attractive. I think, honestly, if there are different ways that you can paint this model. And so that's something else we can talk about. It depends on how long I go before I'm going to collapse and go to sleep. But one thing that you can do is if we had, instead of 8 different files, because this is 8 STL files, instead of painting one of the STL files all pink, so solid through and through, the pink is all pink, the green is all pink, the blue is all blue, I might have taken a different approach and let the interior be all blue, green, whatever a light color was, an easy one to transition from. And then had the exterior part that's visible be, that's an interesting thought. Yeah, be that, because it is, I'm going to, over here. Hold on, I'm gonna switch this over for a second. Where are we? We are at 5.3, right? 5.3 millimeters. Let's get to 5.3 millimeters. Okay, here we are at layer 16. I wish we could get closer. I think we need to get closer. Can I get closer? Oh, I don't think I can get closer. I'm going to get closer. So what's on the screen right now is that's how it's, the complexity of how it's having to jump in and out, and it's making that very thin, narrow, and it's not how I would paint a model or how I would want to do slicing for a model, but because we've asked it to be 8 colors, that's what it's doing. And so because this is tiny, you can see from where it is, it's pretty small. Well, let's go back to 2. if we can get slightly closer. This would probably bother my husband to no end. I can't wait to see the comments. It took 2 hours to get started? Hmm? Yes, it took 2 hours to get started. We had some challenges. But yeah, that's why it's going rumble, rumble. Why we're hearing it rumble. It's just, it's doing a lot of motion around there. I'll go back and slice this. Well, not slice this. Look at how we can paint it differently. I'm trying to get the camera a little more overhead. I had to get a bunch of spools of filament out of the way. All right. I need this. Tripods everywhere. Oh, I just unplugged the lights. It's nighttime. Better. All right, if I can get us further in, I think we can see, we can see from a better vantage point. Again, stop. No, go back. Okay. Is that a little bit better? But are we focused now? Seriously. Exit. Autofocus. Exit. Here we go. Let's see if this focus. Well, the advantage is that we're closer, but we're going from in focus to out of focus. And that's how we're going to be a lot of this. When it gets a little higher up, we'll look at it. It actually should look sort of nice on the outside, I hope. All right. Well, did say the clock spring. Something kind of small. All right, what is this? Did you see the screen? Oh, what are you not seeing? Mihai, was I not showing the screen? Crap. I'm sorry. Is it coming? Is it not coming over? I've got this delay. And I'm not sure, like, can you guys see what's going on? How delayed are we? How delayed are we? All right, somebody says, oh, it is. Okay, it's like 40 seconds delayed. Yeah, 40 seconds delayed. All right, let's see if this times. I'm going to count down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then go back to the, I think the audio and video would be saying 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oops, 2. Better not be curling up on me. We don't want to lose this thing. No, it looks okay on the outside. I mean, this might be better if we took the same model and scaled it up. That's another thing. If we took this model and I wanted to print it at 300%, it would take no more purge tower. Transition, I keep calling it purge tower. Transition tower, purge tower. It would take the same transition tower because the whole point is to just, I don't like the sound of that thunk, thunk. The palette is not one for quiet fans. Something that I don't understand, and I feel like I would like to say it shouldn't be this way, But the fan's on right now, and I understand that. It's getting ready to make a splice. So it's cooling off so that it'll be the proper temperature, because if when it moves the blue in, it's getting ready to, let's go back to 1. It's getting ready to move the blue in. And at the point it slides the blue in, wait, is the blue already in? The point that the filament coming from the left enters, it has to be cool enough that that filament slides in without melting. And it has to get it all the way through. And then it's going to heat up. And it's going to finish pushing it out. Okay, so here we go. This guy I want closer too. Can we get this one closer? Well, I might mess with that. I might mess up if I try to move you closer. Okay. So the point the filament is coming in on the left, it can't melt and smash in the splice core. So it needs to be cool enough. And then it needs to heat it up to push the two filaments together. And then it needs to cool it down enough to send it back on the outside. So the fact that the fan is on for most of what's happening tonight, I am completely agree on. But sometimes you'll run into a situation where you have, let's say 5 meters of orange. And it's just a whole big section of orange the entire time that filament is playing out. It's going to run that cooling fan. And it doesn't need to the whole time. So the logic behind that, I'm not sure on. The other thing is you can run the palette in a mode that's for splicing ends of spools together, for instance, or just small pieces of filament, samples of filament together. And you can have it purge or spit out the first color. And when it's done, it will splice it with the second color. And when it's done, it'll splice it with the third color. And it's a great way to take pieces of filament. For instance, all of these samples, all of these failed bits from earlier, I can take them and splice them together and then use them. But that entire process also has the fan going the whole time. And I don't understand the logic behind that. I keep thinking there's something I'm missing, because it was like that with Palette 2 as well. All right, so we were looking at that. Let me come back and talk a little bit more about transition options, because let's go back here to, let me back here. Let's go here and do this. And let's go back to settings. So one of the things with transition we talked about, we can transition the length. The minimum transition length that you can have is 30. And I have an issue with that. I have an issue with that because I want a minimum transition length of 0. And I think that there is good reason that we should be able to have transition length of 0. And I'll show you an example. Where did I put it? Down there. I'll bring a couple out. Okay, so here's some examples. This one, all 3 of these were done with the pattern mode and palette, and you've got a couple of options. One of them is you can do a fixed pattern, and so in this case I picked all 8 colors, and I said I wanted something like 20 centimeters, maybe 50 centimeters, or something probably bigger than that. This is also pattern mode, and both of these are with 8 colors. And I just gave it a certain amount of distance and said, print that. Now you don't need to go into Canvas to do that. You can just do it directly on the palette itself. And there's 3 modes. One is, and they're just called pattern modes. One is a fixed amount where you're setting fixed amount. The other one is you can do a gradient. And this is not a really good example, but if you can see, there's more blue here than there is up here. So you can go from something that's a lot of color to something that's not a lot of color. And you really only have one choice. You're picking and going, but the gradient's nice. And then you can just say random. I don't have a random one. You can just say, give me random within 20 centimeters all the way up to 300 centimeters. And it'll just do an interesting random print. So I like that a lot. I think it's really neat. But the reason I want to talk about it is the comments are delayed in getting to me. Okay, wait, hold on. The 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Delayed. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You switch back to the model. It was immediate. The comments are delayed in getting to me. It may be. Okay. I am going to say someone type banana in the comments, and let's see how long it takes before that gets to me. Now it's frozen. No, it's not. Oh, 16 seconds. 16 seconds. Mihai, next time I see you, I'm going to give you a free banana. And Mars Gizmo, both of you are fast with the bananas. Both of you. Okay, you both can have a banana. So 16 seconds delay. All right. Whole speed, you want a banana too? All right, I'm out of bananas. Man, MCB, everybody. Okay. All right, I got to get a bunch of bananas. We're all going to get together. Where are we going to go? Form next? I want to go to form next. I really want to go to form next. You guys going to form next? Mihai and Mars Gizmo? I want to go to form next. And I want to go to Murph and Earth this year. I like the name of Murph better than Earth, even though this the Midwest Rep Festival and the East Coast Rep Festival. So, yeah, I want to come to it. I definitely want to. I need to get some. I need to get some child care. I think they're that way. They're probably in bed, but I think we should meet there. I'm not going to bring a banana because it'll probably be all smushed in my checked baggage, but we'll have coffee. Okay, so talking about transition length here, there is no transition tower with pattern mode. It does one filament, it sends the next filament. It's just splicing filaments, and you can choose to do it a couple ways. You can have the palette say, would you like to do it with or without your printer? And if you say with the printer, it's going to say, go ahead and start the print, and you can pick the print just like we did here, or you can just start any print with your printer. And as the printer pulls filament, the palette will splice it and send it out based on whatever recipe you've asked for. But the reason I like to point this out is, let me see if I can get this close here. I don't see a lot of transition issues here. I mean, the red to pink, so my form, maybe a little bit. And this is vase mode, right? This is transitioning without a huge amount of color mutilation between the colors. And now, granted, both of these were silk. Wait, this one's not silk. This is not silk. Okay, one of these is silk. But I just don't see a lot of issue in translating this. And I asked Mosaic back palette 2, and they were like, well, you've got gradient mode. And I said, but I don't want gradient mode. I want to be able to do, because you can't do pattern mode and paint a model. So this model that we're doing now is painted. It has very specific sections that are certain colors and very specific sections that are other colors. This is one path. I am following a formula and I'm splicing the filament in that order. Whereas with a painted model like this, it's all different lengths of filaments, different colors, and different orders. I want it with a 0 transition length. I'm willing to go with no purge tower and see what happens. And in this case, this is not an animal that always use an animal like Clifford the Big Red Dog. He's red. but he's got white eyes and black pupils. And you don't want him looking like he's got bloodshot pink eyes. So in that case, it makes sense to have that transition length be very specific and to purge it out in a transition tower. But if Clifford were this tall and he was red all the way up to here where you hit his eyes, you would need to build a transition tower this tall in order to follow it along, because hold on this thought, I got more on this. Follow it all the way along up to here, because your printer prints one layer and then moves the Z height up, and then the next layer, and then moves the Z height up, and then the next layer. So that's an empty transition tower just to get to the white. But if I could say, okay, fine, that would make sense. I need a transition tower. I'm following you. But I want to do this model from Clock Spring, and I just want the colors to happen as they do. The amount of time it would save, because for this here, the print time, the palette can keep up with the splicing. Right? This is something like 12 grams, and this is almost 500. The time to print this versus this, huge. We could have just chucked that. Now, this wouldn't have looked as pretty, granted, but I'm willing to take that. I'm willing to take that hit and to see what it looks like, but we don't have that option. 30 millimeters is the minimum that you can do for a transition tower. Now, when I said hold that thought, there are some other things that you can do. I wanted to talk about, and let's go back to the print. Let's look at the print, because I don't want to leave the print hanging. Oh, we're starting to do the walls now. Let me come look. Couldn't find it in my bin. Okay. So what was I saying? On. Well, wait, that doesn't work. My head's in the way. Well, it's kind of in the way. I think this will look prettier on the outside. It's going to be kind of like the TARDIS, but it's going to be prettier on the outside than the inside. I don't know if the Doctor has a messy TARDIS, but so Prusa Slicer and the functionality that they have in Prusa Slicer, you can take advantage of with a product called P2PP, and it is a community built product that you can use with the Mosaic Palette. And Mosaic Manufacturing is working with them, and they are supporting that effort. And so they're working closely with them. But there are some advantages that you get with using P2PP. If you want to get it working on a Mac, you have to do some tricks to get it working. But it does work easily on the install for the PC is a lot better, or for Windows is better. So the advantages are that you get to use, I was going to say advantages twice in one sentence there. You get to use features that Prusa Slicer has for multi-material slicing. So Prusas have something, let me back that up. The Prusa Mark III, which is what this model is currently printing on, has an MMU, a multi-material unit that you can add on. It sort of adds on to the top, and you can add up to 5. Oh my gosh, I have the MMU. Now I'm counting wrong. Yeah, you can print in multiple colors with that. And so you can slice models for the MMU, and through P2PP, you can send it to a printer using that functionality. Now, the advantage that you get there is that I had talked about, let's talk about Clifford the Big Red Dog. Let me get back to me for a minute. Let's see. Oh, you're speaking in German? I have, now see, I'm not behind here. I just haven't looked. Hold on. Nah, Form Next. Come to me. Wait, are you not coming to Form Next? I want to go to Romania. Are you not coming to Form Next, Mihai? Yeah, Joel said he's going. Joel and David. Oh, it's 3 hours drive. Oh, it's 3 hours drive. Well, we're crashing at your place. Bob Carnes, hello. Bob, you missed the first 2 hours. It was just, it was, don't go back and watch. It hurt. It hurt, but we got it going. We got it going on. We had some challenges. Oh, it's a 1 hour flight. Oh, you're there. You got to come. I've decided. Okay. So, where was I? Okay. Prusa slicer. One of the things that you can do with Prusa slicer, my example was Clifford the Big Red Dog. Let's get this. Let's pretend like this is Clifford the Big Red Dog. It's not, but. And with Clifford the Big Red Dog, the only thing that we want, we're going to have an entire red dog aside from the eyes, and the eyes are going to be white with little black insides. The way that we have with canvas, what it's going to do is it's going to build a transition tower until it gets up to the eyes. And it's going to be as airy as possible. We were looking at this, a really airy tower, but it still is going to have to build it until it gets to the eyes, and then it'll color change out. And then when it's done, it'll be done. In Prusa Slicer, it has some additional functionality. If Clifford is not as big as your build plate, so that you can have Clifford over here, and when your extruder is working in the red, it has clearance to move over and move down to then lay filament out at another Z height than it's currently printing. It can do that, which is really neat. So it will not build a transition tower at all as it's built. It might build, I can't remember if it builds the first level, until it gets to the point where it needs to change from red to white, and will go over, move down, and change out. And so if you have, like this example, where I had some areas, the orange was just orange, and there's a red that's just red, it would skip those areas. So imagine this part and this part of the tower not being there and it being this much shorter. And that's a really nice, it makes sense logically, and you can't always do it. You've got to have room on your build plate in order for the extruder to have complete clearance, just like you can do in some of the slicers. You can do serial printing. I want to print 3 of these, and that's fine as long as I can print one and completely get around it to print the next one and the next one. So that's a big advantage. The other thing that I think is a big advantage, the other thing is the towers. If it is, this is not a good example. Where's an example? Where is an example? I have one in here. Yeah. Okay. All right. We'll use the very messy, didn't have enough transition length for these. So I have a black, a brown, a white, a pink, a gold. Black, brown, white, pink, gold. Yeah. When I get up to the point that black, white, brown, pink. Black, white, brown, pink. Okay. At the top of the, see where the last dot of pink is for the rivets that were supposed to be gold? At that point, there's no need for the pink. The size of this transition tower had to be big enough so that it had room to cover every single filament. If it and that's the dimensions, that's the decision for how big this needs to be. And by that, I mean X times Y. You need a certain amount of area, a 2-dimensional area. So I need to have in this space, it can change from every filament to every filament. And it's based also on, is it 30 millimeters? Is it 120 millimeters? Is it 200 millimeters? Is it somewhere in between or for different ones? And it makes that calculation, and that defines the actual space of this X and Y. Now you can change that dimension. I'll show you that in a second. But once it gets in Prusa Slicer to the point where one of those filaments is done, we're no longer using the pink. It will stair step. And you'll see this would stair step in a little bit. And so you'll see the Prusa Slicer transition tower stair step in and get smaller. So even the other perimeter stuff that they're doing, they get to have that a little bit smaller. Now in Canvas, one thing you can do, let me see. You've been working. Yes. Oh, well, we're hitting stuff. This is a very busy print. I asked Clockspring for something simple. He doesn't, I don't think he does simple. Not simple is not his. He likes complex. He likes, what does he call it? Unnecessarily complex. I see we've got a little lift there in the corner. So Bob, have you seen our lovely model that we're printing? Let me bring this over here because right now focus just doesn't seem to be ideal. Let me bring it back out here. Cancel. This is the Funfair Vase. This is the Funfair Vase by Clockspring. And if it can print, maybe he'll release it. Maybe we'll get him to release it. 8 different colors. But yeah, it is definitely chewing on that. So it's, yeah, if we look at the, where are we? Do you want to allow Canvas? Oh, I must have hit a button. No, cancel. I don't need to do that. Yeah, here's where we are. it's just a lot of motion, and it's just hard. All those little squiggles. And it doesn't, I'd love to say it gets better. We are getting to a point. Are we doing just, oh yeah, we're doing just vertical now. So we're doing just vertical. Pretty. I swear I should have done 0 infill. Okay. I forgot what we were talking about. Yeah, so this is a little busy. It will look really nice on the outside when it's done. I hope, right? Yeah, it's just on the outside. So Palette tells us that we only have 14 more hours to go. So we're all going to be best friends by then. We'll go for a little bit. What time? I don't even know what time it is. It's it's 9:30. Okay. So let me think. We were talking about something. First of all, we were talking about all meeting at Form Next. What are the dates of Form Next? I need to go find out. Yeah, using the palette and Prusa Slicer, using P2PP. I think it's focusing, not where I want it to focus. Come on. I'm gonna see if I can get it. Is that a little bit better? It's just so hard to see. Maybe it is better if we're. Maybe it's better to see if we're further back. I was trying to get a better. Oh, yeah, I was zoomed in. Sorry, guys. I was trying to get it to focus. I wasn't sure if you saw that or that was only in the viewfinder. Honestly, I think this would have been prettier if I had done it at 250%. I know it would have been. And it wouldn't have taken that much longer to print. A little bit longer, but not that much longer because so much of this is the time it's taking to build a mostly solid block. All right. So I know what it was. I want to go back out here to this model. And I'm going to mess with things. I'm going to bring us over to here on the topic of the transition tower, because you have your objects over here. And if you want to paint one of them, like for instance, if you're coming in here later, you know what? Let's build this. If you all don't mind taking a quick break here, let's go from, no, go back here. Let's go projects. And my husband has a folder he's called husband. And I'm going to create a new project. And where are these files? Uh-oh. I might not do that. I have to go find that project. Ooh, that won't work. Projects. Let's go bring this back up. Let me bring this one up. This is one I printed just recently, and it is a 2 color. Stop it. Not you guys. Where is it? Oh, it's right here. I did this one on live stream too. So this is a 2 color. It's a 2 color little. Why doesn't that work? All right. No, stop it. Not surprised. And my Amazon wasn't up looking at filament. So this is a cute little model. It happened to be Clock Spring 2. Cookie Cad asked if he could make his little. So this was an easy print, but it still took close to 3 hours. And the only thing that we did was this lid. And it printed pretty nicely. I think it could have had some adaptive layers here for the top. But this is an interesting feature of Palette. And I don't understand this one. First of all, if you want to print something in vase mode and you want to paint it, it just has a hard time in Canvas. It just, when you throw more than one color in it, it starts throwing spikes in the interior of the vase. And I'm a big fan of vase modes. And I would love to have a vase and be able to like paint sweeping, you can almost paint like a picture on the side. You could draw a tulip on the side of a vase and have it print in Palette. And because it's vase mode, will it actually be able to do it, because it has to do transition. So this is the print as it's supposed to be done. This, strangely enough, is the same print in vase mode. I accidentally had vase mode checked. I could not figure out for the life of me what it was doing, because I was like, why? There's nothing on the inside. I know I had infill set, and I was going back, and sure enough, I had infill. But I mean, this is what it thinks vase mode is for this. So this is vase mode with Canvas is a bit of a mystery to me. Getting vase mode to do what you want when you want it to be a vase. And maybe it makes sense that vase mode is supposed to be a continuous line of filament, but you're breaking that by having to step off to the side to do transition tower. Although we know it's doable, because I do vase mode on time lapse all the time, and it's fun. It works with the new firmware. Yes. Oh, 15th to the 18th of November. It's after my daughter's birthday. I kept running marathons on my daughter's birthday, and a couple years in a row. And my husband and I would take a vacation because I was running the Las Vegas Marathon, which is fun. I don't run. I stopped running the marathons, but it did like would close the strip at night, and you got to run down the strip, and it was a lot of fun. I had a friend that was like, it's a fun marathon. So we did that. But okay. That was always on my daughter's birthday. She was young at first, and so I didn't really worry. And then she got older, and she was like, Mom, seriously, it's my birthday. Oh, yeah. Transition towers. It seems like there's a lot of talk. I think anytime the palette is brought up, it's transition tower, transition tower, transition tower. There's a lot of questions about it. And I think it's very fair because it's all sacrificial filament. But I always like to try to put it in perspective. We're asking for that sacrificial filament to be made. So it's our responsibility to try to do as minimal as possible, which is why I want 0 transition length, because I'm willing to take the transition changes along the way. One thing you do have some control over, but it's not that helpful, is here is my little pie. It has 2 pieces, the top of the green and the other green, because that sounds like great colors for pie. Is you can take the transition tower, and I've selected it over here on the side, and I can change it. What is this? Rotate it. Is this change dimensions? So watch this. I can make it thinner. I didn't understand this at first. Why was it doing that? But it has to have the same area, which is what I'm saying. You know, we learned this in school, right? What's the area of a quadrilateral? It's x times y. You're going to have that x times y, because the calculation is I have to change from green to blue or teal to mint here. I need this much space. I need this much space because in settings, you're telling me that transition length is 120. Let's change it to 30. And oh, I do not have variable transition length. Variable transition length. We've got 30. Let's see if this changes it at all. And it got smaller. A little bit smaller. If I go into settings here for transition length, and my transition length is 200, it'll be bigger because it's having to transition out between them. So that's a very visual way to see that. So the small as you can get them while having prints that are successful, because if you're going to waste filament on a transition tower, that's one thing. But if you are overly aggressive and then you have a print that isn't usable, then you've wasted the transition tower and the filament. So definitely something to think about. Okay, well, we're making some height, making some progress now. Let's see what our Z height is. Oh, we were at 5.3. We're at 8.1. There is some junk in the center. You see that? Where is that junk coming from? I mean, this is rough on it. I really would have preferred it. I should have made it bigger. It's like a basket in there. It's like a woven basket. A woven basket. Mocked Clown. Hello. Welcome, Mocked Clown. You are fortunate in that the print is printing, because at the beginning, the print was not printing. We had some challenges. We did not let the Palette 3 beat us. Actually, we ran into a couple things that are anomalous, and I do not have an answer for them, but I will look into them, and hopefully I can find some answer. And then the other thing was it caused one issue that I didn't catch, and I think we had about 3, maybe 4 more failures. You guys were so patient. There were people here that were just sticking with us, and I am just amazed that you guys stayed with us. Okay, so let's see. Transition tower. We've talked about transition tower. Let's talk a little bit about canvas, but I need to find where I put my models, because it will not help to talk about models if I don't have any to show? So give me a second. Ooh, Skull and Knuckles? Oh, Skull and Knuckles, my goodness. Anubis. What Kickstarter is this? Darn it. Okay, hold on. Oh, I got one. Okay. Let's not do anything too crazy. Global test. Let's do this. Let's do this. Global test 2. Okay, global test 1, global test 1, 2. Okay, got it. Backing out. Projects. 3, new project. Okay. We're looking at that. Let's go over here. And I went in Canvas because I've gotten my palette 3. I have done the install. Palette will take you through an install. It's very nice, actually. I do really like what they have done. They've just something to talk about that I think. Here, I'm going to pop over to me for a minute. So improvements, huge improvements from palette 2 to palette 3 is that before you would get your palette 2 and you would set it up, and then there would be this canvas thing, okay, and that would be over there, and I would want to get to printing, and there was not a lot of connectivity. The way I do want to talk about how the palette and the printer are communicating with these pings and pongs because it's interesting. But I got my palette 2 and did not go through the calibration process and didn't realize what it was doing. And so I got frustrated with it very early on and did a lot of pattern printing, a lot of this kind of stuff because I couldn't get the colors to map up. And then later when I realized that if you go through this process and what palette takes away from that and how it stores that information and how it's continually updating that information, and then I did the calibration and suddenly I could get prints to work and were the colors they were supposed to be. I was like, how did I miss that? It was the read the manual thing where I wasn't interested in reading the manual. I was just diving in and doing stuff. So I hope I'm seeing the chat. It looks like I think I'm caught up with chat. And somebody say hi in case I'm not. So say hi if I'm not caught up with chat. Oh, hi. See, someone said hi, except for it was Mocked Clown who said hi earlier. Palette 3 is so much better because not only is it going to sort of force you through it at the beginning, it's going to say, you're installing it. We're going to go ahead and take you through the registration process that will put the warranty in effect, and you create, if you don't have a Canvas ID, you create a Canvas ID, and then it says what kind of printer do you have, and it sets up the printer, and it says, okay, now we're going to do the calibration print, and it's sort of part of that whole setup process, and it's like, we're doing it. And the great thing here is you don't have to have Octoprint set up. You don't have to have anything. If you've been running with SD cards or micro SD cards with your printer, and you get a Palette 3 and you install it, by the time you're done with the configuration, you will be printing from your computer, because you will be printing to the palette, which has Wi-Fi, and you'll get it on your Wi-Fi. And from that point on, any prints that you do with the palette will take over. We saw at the beginning that I sent the print from Canvas. It started over on the palette. The palette warmed up the printer, and it started the print and has taken care of everything. And the print itself is like, if your Wi-Fi goes down, right, because we're going palette through the printer, then I don't think there's a resume capability. But yeah, I'm pretty sure, I don't think we have resume. If anybody knows that we have resume, let me know. Hi, hello. Hey, Local Maker Michigan. Oh, it's Local Maker Michigan. Hi, Local Maker Michigan. I know you. So in any case, yeah, the Local Maker Michigan, let me show you what we got going on. That's not it. This is it. And you know what we haven't done in a little bit? So that's what we're printing. But one thing, and it looks sort of like a little blobby bowl. It's actually going to look like a pretty festival 8-color small vase when we're done. So it's also, we haven't gone to the palette in a little while to see what it's doing. So we've got 8 filaments that are coming from below. We'll look at this as it's splicing. I forgot to even show that. As it's splicing, it's coming out here. So we're going from the Starlight to yellow, and there's a tiny bit of gray in the middle. And it's looping up through this buffer here. It's going over via the Bowden tube to the palette, to the printer. And it is not only building the model, which has a lot of color changes, but it also has a transition tower, which is non-trivial. So here are our, and I see this here are our filaments down there. Thank you. Hey, did you do something? You're going to the grocery store. Get me something. What do I want? I don't know. Get me ice cream. I like ice cream. Can I have ice cream? I want ice cream.
Okay.
Get me good ice cream. I don't know. Get me good ice cream. Okay, so here is the model as it looks so far. This is the transition tower. So all 8 of those filaments, it is transitioning out every single layer. By the way, it had some junk. I was just saving that junk over. It's jumping down on the inside. It's doing a lot in a very small space. It does look, I can't seem to get it to move. My husband's in here because I'm up really high, which is great because we can look down on it, but I don't have the ability to sort of see us. Can we get a side view here? Can we zoom in like here if we do that? It will like zoom way in. Can we see the side of it? That's as far as we go. Oh, we're way back. Okay. We'll zoom us in there. Give me as much zoom as possible. Is that as much zoom as possible? A max zoom. Huh? Ooh, do that. Oh, now we're low. More junk. Okay, let's look at it. Yeah, well now, oh, did I spit it out? Yeah, it's so much happening in here. It's changing so many times. It's not going to be the prettiest. It's really going to look like a basket, a woven basket. It's spot on with the colors. Can you get this in closer? It's as far as it goes. What kind of lens is this? I need them close. Yeah. All right. I'll adjust it a little bit. All right. Where were we? If I printed 2 objects, Would it be the same? So yes, it would. Ooh, good question. In fact, we could print as many on the bill plate as possible. That's an excellent, as many as we could fit on the bill plate, it would have the same transition tower. Or we could print one great big one. It just has to, what it does is it's for every layer, we're going to do all the green that we need to. And then we're going to change out to the blue. And then we're going to do all the orange that we need to. So yes, in fact, that's one of the, we were talking about ways to reduce transition tower waste or size earlier. And in this case, you're really getting more utilization out of the transition tower expenditure. Good way to put it? Expenditure? Sounds fancy. Sounds like I know what I'm talking about.
10 models.
Yeah, if you did 10 models. And so we'll leave it for the side view for a while. So yeah, I was showing that earlier, that this is not unlike what we were having here. So this is I keep putting the lid back on because of my OCD. I don't know if it's really OCD. I just like to be tidy. So yeah, here's the transition tower for this. It's only 2 colors ever changing. We're going orange to red or red to yellow. And so it's small. In fact, it even has some airy bits in here that are just building height, that if you were using Prusa Slicer instead of the canvas tool from Mosaic, this would be even smaller because it wouldn't have those areas. So, but then compare it to this one that is very similar, 8 colors the whole way up. And we have something like 12 grams and almost a half a kilo. It's pretty, but it's sacrificial. Only I do have a plan for this someday, but not yet. Not yet. For now, it's a demo. It's a demo tool. All right. So I wanted to do a new project. Yes, you're back.
Can you explain why there's a transition tower?
Can I explain why? Yes, I did. Why do you want to know?
Oh, no, just
Did I, guys? Did I explain? I mean, and gals, did I explain why there's a transition tower? Hey, Gator, you missed 2 hours of the most exciting
failures.
Gator, we had some real challenges at the beginning of this. Let me take you over to the print. And I've got the side view of the print right now. So, Gator, we had some really unusual things going on. I have some things that I can absolutely explain that were happening with the palette. And there are some things that I am not sure. Some things that I have not run into before. And I do like to put, I think there's a lot of people who are very angry but the palette doesn't, I don't know. I think there's a lot of expectations from the palette, and I think there should be, but I also think that I look at the palette in that if I get a 3D printer, I expect there to be failures, and I'm not upset about that, right? And a lot of the responsibility is on me that I slice something that, I didn't like that sound. That when I slice a model, that I slice it properly, that there aren't empty layers, or I have it appropriately supported, or I have the temperature right, etc. Right? Enough infill. So there's a lot of responsibility with the palette. You need to make sure that your filaments are tuned properly so that the splices that are being made don't break or aren't stretched out. So anyway, a lot of responsibility, but it's a lot of fun. It's definitely a lot of fun. And even though we had 2 hours worth of failures, and what happened at one point was we had a really strange, it got gummed up, and it put a piece in the wrong position, and I didn't realize it had shifted around the corner, and it wasn't where it was supposed to be because it looked like it was supposed to be there. And when I finally figured that out, yeah. But why it was also not heating appropriately too, and that one I'm not sure on. I'm going to point with the piece of filament. Okay, so I want to. What was the thing? Let's go to Canvas, and I didn't just while we're here, while you all are here, and it's not my bedtime yet. Let's go to Canvas. I'll pop me up in the corner. And I just have a new project here, and I want to drag an object, and I don't know where Is this maximized? Is it maximized? Escape, escape. No. No. I need to drag a model onto here, but it's. Oh, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Come on. Okay, here we are. I need to drag a model from the downloads folder, and I think I said I was going to do Gluggle Test 1. Gluggle Test 2? This is just a weird. Let's see. Gluggle Test 1. Wait a minute. No. Here we go. Not multi-material model. Oh, I have to put it here. Hold on. Okay. All right. So single material models go here. Multi-material models go here. And when you drag something in, it's going to tell you. Ooh, yeah. Hold on. I have something. Maybe if I can find it, I'll show you. All right. About the Glenn Doogie. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but I have actually done some interesting stuff. Hold on that for a minute, and I'll get back to it. So this Gluggle Test 1, Gluggle Test 2. So the question here is it a single material model here? Or is it a multi-material? So the one that I had earlier, it was 8 STL files. So that little vase was 8 STL files. This is 1 STL file. So I'm going to drag it in here, and it's going to load it, and it's just this funny thing. I'm going to rotate it around here. It's just this weird model. Don't worry about that. I want to go in here, and now I want to paint it. And see, you've got paint selected, and I've got my various colors here. These colors are completely, they just palette picks these for you. So you can pick whatever colors you want for any of them. It's ideally on the screen when you have over there in palette, it matches up some colors with that, but this is more for your reference, I think. So this is going to be blue, and we've got a red and a green, that's fine, and a gold. And the other thing you want to do here is you want to define not only what color it is, because that's for reference, but what you really want to do is define what type of material is it. So if it's a PET G for my palette 3, or I have EU makers, I needed some that needed more heat, or I had a new starting point because I had, anyway, so some silk PLA, you can have different materials. So I would define whatever I would want those materials. TPU is not, or flexibles are not currently supported. They are rolling that out in a patch. So that they're working on it because it worked for palette too. So this is a single material model. That's fine. I'm going to go in and paint selected. And it's big. And this is where I was saying, wouldn't it be nice if you could take and, draw a picture. Draw a picture. You could draw a heart on here. You actually can put a stamp. Joel Telling did recently, he did, gosh, it was a little bit ago, but he took the 3D Printing Nerds stamp and put it on his Joel Telling figure from Wexter. Was it Wexter that made it? Anyway, so, but you can draw things on there. The other thing that's nice is, I'm going to change here, is you can go down to create regions and ask it to create regions. And these are fill regions. And so this took me a little bit to figure out, but you can ask it to create regions and define different angles, face angle threshold, region threshold for fill. It may be doing the exact same thing. I think it might do different things, but let's see what happens if I do this now. Yeah, see, I can do this. And then with something that's very easy like that, you can make some pretty quick changes. Now, I want to see here. And so that went around the corner. Undo, undo, undo. Let's do green. Yeah. Green? Okay. So I talked about having this, and then if you get all the way to the triangles, you get the this is a blob, so and it should, because I've got the is it show boundaries? Yeah, if you don't have boundaries on, you can just draw. All right, so now let's save and return. And let's see what this looks like if we slice it. Just doing something fun. Oh wait, let's go back in. Hold on. I want to paint selected. Because we did the fill thing. We did the blob thing. And then let's do the was I doing it? Was I on triangles? Oh, color. Purple. Am I? What's happening? Are we not here? Why don't I have? Oh, because I haven't created regions. Create regions. It loses that information for some reason when you get out. So triangles. This is hard. It's having a hard time. Okay. Who knows what that's going to look. I have spent a lot of time doing, oh my goodness, all this very exacting printing. I did, let's go look at the print in just a second, but I did this bottom of the well, which is a level in Link, Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. And this was Mini World 3D asked if we would feature this one. And so I was like, yeah. And I was like, oh, I'm spending all this time painting it. Because he said, you have a palette 3. And I said, yes. And he goes, wait. I'll break it out and I'll make you individual model pieces. So each one of these was its own STL. That's a lifesaver because I was able to go in and just mark them all. Whew, big lifesaver. Okay. Well, time saver. So let's look at the print while I go over here and slice it, because this is going to take a little bit to slice because it has a lot of triangles. And again, oops. I mean, it looks nice on the outside. I really think this needed to have been much bigger. I sort of knew this, but I knew it. I was like, this is going to be a tiny model with a lot of color changes. I think I should have just upscaled it. Yeah, it's just having a hard time. It's just so many little moves. So many little moves. All right, Glenn, you had a question. And I definitely have. Well, you popped in. I was just showing one. Hold on, I'm grabbing some dinner. Well, put it away. All right, hold on. Be right back. You know what? We've all seen printers print. Let's look at the palette. I'm not sure. Remind me, folks, that we've seen printers print. Most of us have. Why aren't we looking at the palette? The palette's much more exciting. Look at what percentage we're done. I got to remind Clock Spring that just because it's tiny doesn't mean it's. Of course, I asked for 8 filaments. What was that? Oh. I have a lessons learned too. Actually, I have 2 of them. If you all are willing to stick around with me, I have stuff. I have stuff to show. All right. Have a sip of water. Oh, look, it's sliced. All right, so let's go back here and to answer the question. 2 colors. Yeah, I did. I lost it. Where did it go? I just had it. There we go. So the question was, do 2 color filaments. Yeah, I did one. I did this 2 color filament. We did this one on live stream, and it had a much smaller transition tower, and it still took a while. This one still took a bit to do, and so it's a bottom, and I was printing the bottom of the cute little tiny pie container to store tiny pie things. And it has a much smaller transition tower because it only needs to change filaments twice. So nice little thing, but this still took 4 hours. It took 4 hours because it's printing and changing and printing and changing. So, which reminds me, I want to talk about the pings and the pongs. Don't let me forget about the pings and the pongs. So I saw this. I was like, what in the world was this? I remember this. This is an interesting print. This is a failed print. The transition tower was fine. And it shows where the transition tower, in this case, it only had to do 2 colors. So it was a little more open. Whereas in some of the areas, it had to change multiple colors. So let's look at what this is. Tiny pie box. That's right. Tiny pie box. Wait a minute. Brigadoon 3x3. I like Brigadoon. That's a great name. All right. So this is, I keep saying, all right. So where is my model? Let's pull up this model. Canvas says it's taking up a lot of memory. I know. All right. So I'm going to come back to this. It is, we don't want to send it to device. We're good for now. Yay! I want to go here to Steam Engine Lima. So this is this interesting little 2-stroke engine. And it actually is, I've got 2 of them, and there's a new version on it, but if you blow in it, you can get it to spin, which is kind of fun. And I thought, wouldn't this be fun to do in multiple colors, just to sort of mess around with something for the palette. And I thought I would paint it up in a bunch of colors. So this is a warning, because canvas, and I like to think about this, that canvas is a tool that, right here, I mean, we've got Cura and Simplified, well, maybe not Simplified 3D, but Cura and Prusa Slicer are two big slicers that they have a lot of development hours being put behind it, a lot of development effort. And then we've got Mosaic, who is working really hard to not only bring out a hardware product, but they also have this software product as well to do the painting. And some of this, I don't know for sure, but was historically, when they started doing this back with the Palette One days, they started down this path and they said, if we're going to print multiple materials, we need a software product that will prepare the models to be sent to the printer. So G-code can print, and if we can get a strand of filament, of uninterrupted filament, to the printer, we can ask it to do the print job like it normally would print. But we need to know how to take the model and divide it up into appropriate sections of filament. And then on top of that, we need to know that sometimes we're going to be printing to infill if we are transitioning to infill. And sometimes we're doing things in certain orders because we need to do all the green before we get to the other colors. So they took on that development job because they needed to. And so now we've got, it maybe is a lot of work to do both of them. I understand. Sure, of course, it's a lot of work to do both of them. But there's not the same amount of effort put into, I think, canvas as other big slicers are. So my advice is always check your sliced model. So I was like, hey, I'm going to do 6 colors. I have 6 colors, 5 colors. This is 5 colors. I'm going to have 5 colors. I'll just go ahead and have fun, and I'll paint it up however I want. Why not? Let's have the propeller all red, and the propeller is red. I decided to have let me go over here. You can see. I decided to have the label VP Lima, and I thought I got all the gold out, but you might be able to see I missed it a little bit. I hold it up. I clearly missed it. There's a couple of gold spots here. That was a mistake. And a little bit there doesn't look like much, but it turns out that when it's taking this 3D model that has been colorified and it's turning it into layers and extruder paths, it has to make color decisions. And so it ended up looking like that, which is what it looked like in the slicer. But all my propeller came out just the way I was expecting it. But on top, I was expecting to see this. I had some green pipes and some black pipes, and I have these would have been gold caps. Oops, some gold caps. Now that's what I was expecting to see. But what I got was this. The top pipes, you can see it. The top pipes were incomplete, and the back pipes weren't there, and these gold caps were in the air. It was just completely open, and there was nothing there. What happened? Actually, I stopped it. I didn't finish it because I was just like, it also was failing because, oh, I know. Go back here. There's supposed to be this blue doohickey thing at the top of my pipes. So my pipes had failed. I had no pipes. Right? If you can see that. No pipes. And my gold caps weren't there. And I thought, what happened? And I went back and I previewed, and exactly what I got exactly what it tried to print. I have these weird cap things. It was trying to print this blue thing in the air. That's when I saw this blue squiggle going up, and it was trying very valiantly to make that blue squiggle. And that's what it sliced to. And I'm not sure where it went wrong, but I was able to use a lot of the fill-in for that. Now, we were talking about earlier, hold on. Size, filament length, where was the question? I think it's in here somewhere. Print summary. Do we have to weigh the model? Can we find out how much the model is either by weight or by meters, and how much? I thought you could. I see the total splices. 7 hour, 20 minutes. I don't see it here. I thought it was somewhere. Mm-mm. No, I don't need to share it. That brings up a point, as some people have been concerned that Mosaic Canvas is free, and it's but it is web-based, and people have been concerned that their models would be web-based. And Mosaic has said, look, you can export this out at any point. You know, you're not bound by that. And you also can use P2PP if you feel more comfortable using the plugin for Prusa Slicer, plugin for Palette for Prusa Slicer. I can't remember what the P2PP is. It Palette 2 Prusa Slicer printing? I can't remember. Something like that. Let's see what we've got. Tiny Pie Box, X Derby player. Travel moves, retract points, pings and pongs. Pings and pongs. So there are things called pings and pongs, and as the palette is printing, it's going to, let's look at the palette for a minute. Well, wait, let's check the print. Let's see what the print looks like. About the same as before, right? About the same as before. I hope this is going to look fabulous when it's done. Fabulous. Ugh. All right. When num. All right, pings and pongs. So the palette needs to communicate with the printer. Let me think about this, how to phrase this. The palette needs information from the printer. So let's go back over here and let's look at its splice. Oh, there we go. We can see it better now. How does the palette know what's happening on your printer? And they're doing a lot of nice math. So the first thing Mosaic said to do is, if you're waiting to get your Palette 3 and you ordered it, hold on. Print, drive 1, drive 2, drive 3. how do we pull out? I'm reading Mihai. How are we pulling out what are transition tower moves and what are print moves? So 54 meters is about 368 grams. Oh, 368 grams. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, so the total weight of the transition tower and the print is about 368 grams. Yeah, it may be. It may be. I have a postal scale. I go over around the corner and measure stuff usually. But I mean, provided it's not like a metal filled or something filament where it would be heavier per meter, which then messes everything up. I remember the first time I got one of the metal filled filaments and I was like, where's the filament? There's hardly anything here. And it's because it was heavy and you buy by weight. But that is a specialized case. Can you set it? You can't set it to not use a purge tower. So the only options we have are, let me go back. Our options are transition. You can do transition method of tower or side transition, and that's really the location. It says it's going to use less potentially, but it still is purging out the same amount. So you don't have a way to do no transition, which is what I would love to have them. Oh yeah, we can do one color. That's a good idea. And then you also don't know how much is infill for transition. Okay, so yeah, that's a great idea. So in this case, wait, let's do this. Let's go back to our other model. Oh, good call. Projects. Clock Spring projects. Where are we? No, not here. Where's my pie? Where's my cake? Oh, here we go. Oh, because I edited it. Funfair Vase. Hold on. I don't want to mess with this one. Projects. Can we copy it? Let's see if we can copy it. Duplicate. Funfair Vase 3? Why is it 3? Oh, it says 2. I can't read. Okay, so we're going to go in and we're going to paint these. We're going to paint selected and we're going to fill this with the red. And there is not a, wait, can I do, I think I tried select all and it would not let me select all. Yeah, I think I was thinking about that because I was like, I know we have that information. I still wonder if we have it and I'm just missing where it is because I keep thinking it's somewhere. I mean, it doesn't make sense to hide that information. It's fairly easy to calculate. They're already doing the calculations anyway. So if you're just jumping in here, this is the model that we're printing. It has 8 pieces, the vase part, and I'm going in for each of these. And I'm just going to, you know what, this would have been an interesting thing. If you get a palette and you only have 4 colors, have your interior, V1. Oops. Oh, that one's easy. So I have a very tiny transition tower. And let's see if it goes away here. It should go away. Yes, no transition tower. Let's slice it. What a good idea. Mihai. I love it. That's why they pay you the big bucks, right? Oh. Is it my bedtime? Might be my bedtime. So we went on vacation. My family went on vacation, and we had a friend who she and her son were able to come for a few days, and they were there the second day, no, maybe the second day, third day, and she said Colton doesn't feel well, and he doesn't have a fever, but he really doesn't feel well, so we're keeping him in. And we were like, uh-oh. And everybody, is it COVID or whatnot, but everybody had been vaccinated and boosted to the extent that they could be with children and whatnot, and he was not feeling well. And then at the end of the trip, my daughter said, I have a sore throat. And we were like, oh, no, you don't. And it turns out that it was not COVID. None of us have COVID. Most of us got it. It's like you either have a sore throat or you have a cough. My husband had a cough for a week and a half, or you're just like super tired. Yesterday on Sunday, I slept till 2:00, and I don't sleep until 2:00. It was crazy. All right, it's analyzing geometry. It's analyzing geometry over here. Look at that. Analyzing geometry. I still need to talk about pings and pongs. So, but then I saw, Mihai, your message about getting the total amount of filament used just for the model itself. Although I think we're losing a little bit to the little squiggles that we've got going on here. It's just doing a lot down in there. It's just doing a lot. Hold on, I gotta speaking of extra filament we don't need. It's still analyzing geometry. Oh. So let's look at this. Come back here and we'll show you that this is the amount of filament that, and this is where I was getting really like, and I was twisting this filament up because I couldn't work. So this is, you'll notice it's a lot of that orange and green, which is the beginning of the model. This is, had we not had whatever that temperature issue was, and honestly, by the time I got that filament issue done, not filament, by the time it was heating again, I think whatever oddness was over, because it just wasn't splicing anything together. It wasn't those two filaments. Something was going on, but this is what happened. It is kind of neat to see. This one is where I had, this is where I messed up at the end. This was my fault, I think. But it does, I think, with the palette too, I thought 8 millimeters was the shortest transition it could make. But this is, what is this, 10 millimeters? 3 millimeters is the shortest splice the palette can make. I think 8 millimeters is the smallest it will let you choose. It might be 10 centimeters, not millimeters. It might be, but yeah, it's making pretty small splices. This was the beginning. It's not a lot of filament, and this is, I mean, the splices are great. This is great. Look at that. This is one of the reasons I was turning around. This is not coming apart. These are great splices. Yeah. I mean, really good splices. Still analyzing. Aha! 12.79 meters. Still taking 4 hours. And what happened? Why did you stop? It stopped. Guys, what's up? It stopped. It's not going. I didn't press anything. Pause. Resume. What? That's new. It was sitting on the, I mean, I was like, did I tap it? But I wasn't over near it. It was, I don't know what that is. This is another odd behavior. Just when the palette, okay, the last patch was rock solid. I had issues with the first one, and then I have not had any issues with this firmware. Although who knows? It could have been stuff I just didn't encounter. Wow. What? What? Well, that was fun. Okay, that was a little bit of an alarming situation. Okay, pings and pongs. Wait, did you figure out? Did you do the math, Mihai? 54 meters is about 368 grams. So we have 12.79 meters. So we are much, much less. I know. It was like, exactly. Yeah, what had happened when I go to sleep? And it's like, you know what? We're just going to sit here and pause because the heater was on. It was sitting with the nozzle over the filament. And I mean, the nozzle was on, I'm guessing. I don't like to bring that up as a I mean, you're not really gonna set PLA on fire. Because PLA's heat tolerance is far higher than what we printed at. That's just when it melts. Oh, you did the math for me. Thank you. It's 284 grams of purge. Yeah, that's not, I mean, that sounds not unlike this other one that I had, which was, this is not quite half a kilo, but this is something very similar, like 12 grams, 13 grams, minus the hat lid. This is solid. I do think Clockspring tried to come up with something different and fancy looking, but the cleanness of this I like, because it's just, it's just do all your work in one color in one spot and then be done. And you get this very interesting, and almost looks like they're, channels in between, but that's just because how it had to change the colors. I like that one. And then it didn't have any fancy little dots in it. They're called little dot jars. That's right, little dot jars. Only this one didn't have dots. Now, pings and pongs. Wow. That just, I'm going to just stare at it until I go to sleep. Or I'll be hanging out here with you all. So pings and pongs. Over time, oh, I know where I was. I'm not going to read the chat for a little bit until I get through this, because I keep getting sidetracked with questions because I don't want to mess them. So when you first get your palette, if you get a palette, and you say, how far away is your printer going to be from the palette. So it doesn't matter how far away the filament is. You want the filament to have as clean a path as possible. So I've got mine directly below it. It's feeding upwards. You can lay the palette flat. You can do a couple different things, but you just want no tension because it's already doing enough work. And then that doesn't factor in. But once the point it makes that splice, and it says from a G code standpoint, we know in order to do, this little bit of green, we need for that layer this much in green. All right, we need 110 centimeters of green. That's a lot in order to do layer 28, 110 centimeters. So what if your printer doesn't actually print 110 centimeters because your E-steps aren't correct? And you can, that was the first suggestion. I thought it was in the last live stream that they had. What's the first thing you can do? You've ordered your palette. Make sure your E-steps are correct. And then they went on and said, but actually, if your E-steps aren't correct, we're going to accommodate for that over time. And they do so through pings and pongs. And the pings, if you are watching it here, we'll go over here to the palette, the print, and we'll watch it, is typically it would be printing back and forth, printing back and forth. And then at some point, it's just going to stop. And that's a ping. And what palette is doing is it's waiting to see. That's a message back. I'm here. And it's telling that because it's very accurately reading the information that goes out of these gears, including retractions if it goes backwards. So if you're trying to fake out your palette because you've got trust me, I've tried to mess with it in multiple different ways, not out of trying to figure stuff out, but out of trying to fix stuff, or trying to correct from a situation. But yeah, as it's, we can see it here because it's moving at a fairly rapid rate, but it's measuring very small amounts of filament that are being pulled there. And that's a communication that's a ping and is are you where I think, this is where I am now. And so palette over time will say, okay, wait a minute. I thought that you would be here at this point. So you're not there. You're actually not, you're, 3 centimeters off from where I thought you were, 1.5 centimeters off where I thought you were. And it takes that into account, which is why even if you get stuff shifted at the very beginning of a print, like palette 2, we're doing the smart load with this one, where at the beginning I would put the filament in and then I would say, go ahead and load it. With palette 2, you would load it yourself. You would put it in and it would say, go ahead and purge out this much more filament. And it would start counting it down for you. And invariably you're trying to get just the right amount. And then it would go too much, too much, too much. And you're like, wait, stop. No, I didn't do it. And yeah, that was palette 2 all over that. But it didn't matter because it corrected for it over time. You took too much filament at that point, so it will adjust the upcoming splices to handle that. And it does that as it's doing a print. At the end of a print, it takes into account all of the pings because, okay, that beginning one might have been you over purging as you put the filament in, but what if your E-steps aren't correct? That's where that'll come out and they will adjust for that. So even though it's good to adjust your E-steps, they'll take care of it. The other thing, and so that, let's go back here to this. Now, if you see it, just stop. It should stop. I say that. Come on, stop. Now that I've said it. I'm staring it down. I'm thinking if I stare it down, surely Surely it will do it. Sometimes it'll do it on the print. And it says how many pings and pongs it's anticipating. And then the other one are the pongs. And so the pings are where your printer is within the print. The pongs are where the palette is, because the palette accuracy is also in question. It thinks that it's making 110 centimeters of a particular filament, but it might be making 99.5 centimeters of that filament. And so it's also checking, and those are the pongs. And so at the end, it's asking you a question, and it's doing so in a very innocuous way. And Palette 2 didn't do this, and I didn't understand it at the beginning. I thought it was like Mosaic wanting to know if I liked my print and if the print experience went well. But it's asking, did you like the print experience? And it's putting like a little smiley face up. I can't remember, smiley face, and I think you might have 3 choices, but frowny face, smiley face, and something. So it's a very innocuous way. But if you say smiley face, it means that it was a successful print. It really, I think they should say it. Is this print successful? Would you like us to assimilate this data into the existing data that we have with your printer? Because that will be factored in with not only just the one print, but it'll be factored in with the prior prints that you smiley faced. And so over time, it should become more and more accurate for both the palette's performance and your printer's performance. Ooh. I know we're still going. I'm tired. I'm going to bed soon. I'm just going to leave you guys here. I don't know if I'm going to leave this live stream going all night. I don't think it's that interesting. I will let it run, but I might have to put up a quick short in the morning. Well, hold on. How many hours are going? It's going to be after morning. Tomorrow. Yeah, 12 hours, 46 minutes. Now, it says 12 hours, 46 minutes. I also have not been very... This actually might be accurate. Let's see. How many... Wait, hold on. How much time has it gone so far? How much time has it gone so far? It has been printing... Okay, 2 hours, 42 minutes. That 12:46 might be right, because we have... Our model is this. Where are we? Okay, hold on. Let's do this. Preview. It is 68.6667, 68 2/3 millimeters. And we are at 12.22. Okay, so that might be right with 12 hours, 45 minutes more to go. That might be about right. It is peeling up there in that corner. I don't like that peeling up in that corner, but we're probably okay. I do think it's going to look a lot like a... How long has the live stream been going? Why can't I see how long it's been going? It's just not on my screen anywhere. I see what time it is. All right, I'm telling you, I want to see a ping, darn it. 4 hours, 40 minutes. Okay. Time flies when you're doing a live stream, especially when the first 2 hours were not successful. Come on, ping, darn it. I wonder if it's like, oh, we know where we are. The last 73 pings were fine. Let's see. I had pings and pongs. We measured the filament. Mihai measured the filament after I sliced it with his idea to just do one color. Mihai, did you order one of these? I can't remember. Are you gonna go with the palette too and have fun with that? I know. I could do that. All right. I will glue stick. Show you one of my favorite tools. I don't know what these are. I don't know where I found these, but it's probably in my Amazon history. So now I'll order them again. I use them a lot with 3D printers though, so let me pull some out. So you all will be like, oh yeah, those are the da-da-da-da, and they're used for blah blah blah. Probably with those exact words. Okay. So they're like toothpicks. They just have one end, but on the other end is a very tiny bit of cotton wrapped very tightly around it. Now, why that's important in how I use them, and if you have better ways to use them, let me know, is I use them to add lubricant to the printer because you don't want to over lubricate. So if I'm going to put put some super lube on, I put just a little bit on this and then I can run it up and down because it's just enough cotton to hold on a small amount. And it's great for getting under lifted corners for glue stick. So let's do that. Anybody know what these are? The colors. I love these colors. So this is, hold on, let me make them look pretty down here. And make them look even prettier. And I'll add the purple that's not in. I'm gonna add the purple that's not in. Okay, there. I had to pretty it up. Over there. So this is Polyalchemy Elixir, and Polyalchemy Elixir was, they were doing silks when silks weren't that popular. And I saw Angus Devison of Maker's Muse, and he talked about his favorite filament was Nightshade by Polyalchemy Elixir, which is this one right here. And it's this beautiful purple when it's printed. I mean, they're all pretty. And I ordered it from China because I was like, I must have it. It was the beginnings of my filament addiction. I mean, enthusiasm. Yeah, that's it. Enthusiasm. So, but yeah, it's definitely really pretty. Oh, wait, here, I'm coming back here. Look at this. Look at this. This is a Polyalchemy Elixir purge block of 1/2 kilo from this print. I will never get rid of it. That's like what Elvis Presley touched my hand. I will never wash it again. I don't know. It's very pretty. It's a brick. I have a plan for it. Someday I will hear it land. So yeah, so I don't know what these little cottony sticks are for, but they work really well for, let's say, taking a little bit of glue stick and wedging it under the corner. Let's take a little glue stick and wedge it under the corner. Although we're probably okay, but let's wedge it under the corner. Oh, come on. There we go. Well, I've gummed it up, to say the least. Oh, my time-lapse printer. My time-lapse printer was making this kind of like I'm hearing that. And I was like, maybe it's bearings. So I changed out 2 of the bearings today. I had to take it apart, and I don't know that I fixed it. And so now I don't know what's making the goose honking sound. That's a complete aside. Complete unrelated aside. My little toothpicks, my cottony toothpicks. Somebody let me know if you know what those are. Anybody let me know. Everybody let me know. While we're just hanging out, let's see what we have. What could you do with the first block? I don't know. I mean, I'm using it for decoration. Well, and also use it as an example. So I save it because it's a really good way to say we wanted this really pretty vase and we wanted it to print in 8 colors. And if you want to print it with today's technology in 3D printing, from a purge block until Mihai has his extruder change-o-matic. Are you calling it the extruder change-o-matic, Mihai? I can't remember. Isn't that the working title? The engine swap. So, yeah, until we've got a way to do, and even so, even if you had 8 extruders over on the side, just waiting to be brought in to print, you still are going to have them. Maybe you know how it works with extruders, right? You've got to keep it hot, or if it isn't hot, you've got to heat it up. And then that process of keeping it hot, it can drain out, dribble out what's sitting in there in the nozzle area. And so you've got to flush it, clean it up. You know, you've got to have, there's never zero penalty, right? We always have to pay some price. The price can be reduced and can be smaller, but at this point it's hard to go with a zero penalty. Mihai, you don't have a zero penalty, do you? Is he still here? He may not be here. You're the engine swap. You're not going with the engine swap. You are the engine swap. By the way, Mihai has some amazing stuff. He is designing some very cool stuff. If you're interested in technology like multiple extruders, and I mean multiple extruders, like the palette has 8. Mihai's technology is going to have 10. And go check him out on Patreon. Mihai Designs. It's actually in his little icon right there. But I think he's got some really cool stuff. And you're funny as well. Oh, zero penalty. Oh my gosh, are you new? So I was saying with engine swap, there's never any point where you're going to take, let's say we were to print this guy here with the engine swap, and we had 8 extruders sitting on standby, each one of them with one of these different color filaments. You still are going to have to do a little bit, like if you're keeping the nozzle hot over on the side, right? It can dribble out, or I don't know what the terminology is for dribble out, but you've got to prime it, right? You just got to do a little priming before you can come over and rush it back and forth. So you're still going to have a little bit. You're not going to have the same amount of penalty that you have to change from blue to green, but there's not zero. It's not, I finished printing on layer 17 in green and I park it and I come back the exact same millimeter and I'm printing on layer 18 with green. It's not as big as, and you have so much more potential with what you've got because different extruders can do entirely different things. But yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? It looks like an inside out ball of yarn. Okay, so let's go. Arrow XSKY Reborn. Arrow, hold on. Arrow X Sky Reborn. Let's go look at the picture of what we're doing, which give me a second. It does look like a ball of yarn. So we're looking at the Mosaic Palette 3, and I like that. Arrow X Sky Reborn. I just love how people have different exciting names. Okay. I'm coming to show you. We are printing this. So it is a small non-vase mode vase. And it really is an example of how the palette 3 works. So it's got 8 colors. Every single layer has every one of the 8 colors. And we are doing a lot of transitioning back and forth from color in order to do so. But we're sort of spending some time looking at how the palette 3 works, talking about the palette 3, answering any questions about the palette 3 or the palette 2, or technology on changing colors. Yeah, JR, absolutely. That's in fact that's what we've been talking about for, well, I say like 5 hours here today, but the first 2 hours were us trying to figure out what in the world was going on because the palette was having a bad day. It was having a bad day. We all have them. And yeah, and then once we got it going, and this has been my experience with, oh, I'm sorry. Oopsie. I'm sorry, I forget to change. And if we weren't lagged here, you guys could be like, help, help, you're on the wrong screen. But we're lagged by about 20 seconds here. Ball of Yarn, the Face Edition. Oh, that's so good. I love that. Oh, I'm telling Clockspring that. That's great. But yeah, JR, absolutely. One of the things I want to do is I have been since December wanting to put a review out on the Palette 3. And I started doing it multiple times. And one time I did the whole thing, and my husband set up the camera and he was like, oh my gosh. And he's really good with this. He was like, I messed up with the focus. And I was like, no, you didn't. But I'm glad that that didn't work out. So, because it was not going to be that great. I was tired that day. So what I want to do is the first thing is a review, which just sort of says, if you're thinking about buying the Palette 3, these are things you need to consider when buying it. This is expectations, etc. And I want to put that out. And that was a much longer video. And then I thought about it and I was like, I'm really overlapping two things. One, which is, are you thinking about buying the Palette 3, or are you interested in the Palette 3 and you want to know what it is, how much it costs, what are the things you need to consider for getting it? And that's one topic. And then the second topic really is, okay, what do I do if I have a Palette 3, or if, again, I'm considering getting it, what's the process to take a model and slice it? So we were doing some of that here tonight, because once we got the model going, because here it is over on the Palette 3, and there it goes, cutting some filament, and it's finishing up a splice and sending it over to the printer. And we're talking about that. And then we're looking at what's happening over on the printer and talking about transition towers. A lot of talk about transition towers tonight. Gosh, at least an hour and a half on that alone, because it's a big topic with a lot of issues and questions and thoughts. And then go to the next part of it, which is over here on Canvas, and talk about, now I've got this great technology, or I'm thinking about buying it again. What do I do to make it happen? How do I slice a model? And what is the difference between the two ways to slice it? Because you might have, for instance, this model. I'll show you this. If I show you this piece, that's only one piece of the model, for instance. And then I've got another piece of it that looks like that. And they're 8 individual STL files, and you bring them into Canvas, and it's really easy to paint because you just pick a different color for each one. Fine. But what if I had a different model and it was just a single STL file? Can I still paint it and make it colorful and send it to the palette? Yes. And how do you do that as well? So I want to talk about that, but that's really more of a how to use Canvas, how to print with the palette, and what are things that I need to know now that I have a palette, or now that my palette's coming, or my palette's confusing me. What in the world is happening? That's another one, because it's very simple, and it's very complex at the same time. I am accustomed to slicers having so many settings, and then you get in here to canvas, and there are a good number of them. The big hitters are in here, but you don't have the same level of control that you have in here. But maybe you don't need to have it because maybe you want canvas to take care of it for you. What are the other options? Do you have to use canvas? Canvas is Mosaic's tool. Awesome. Okay, thank you, JR, because I want to do that, and it has been on my list of things to do, and I have had to change my priorities around, which the good news is that I got multiple things off my plate because I couldn't really get them. I couldn't until I got it. Anyway, I'm at a better spot now. And so it's definitely something I want to do. And the Mosaic folks are updating stuff all the time. So, I mean, it's, I put you guys on something interesting. Let's look at it Splice for a little bit. And I'm running out of brain power because I've been kind of sick. Boo-hoo. No, I have been. We were on vacation. Can we see that? That's enough stuff? Yeah, we were on vacation and somebody had something that wasn't COVID, but we all got, and it was yucky. Oh, wait, there was a question. There was a question about slicing. Hold on. Do I have them still here? Oh, co-extrusion. Like my, this is an odd camera that's front facing. So when you see me talking here, it's a GoPro and it's not my favorite. It's a little fisheye, but the other DSLRs are pointing at the palette and the printer. And so it was available because the third one I started the live stream with in the other room on TikTok. So, oh no, actually I didn't start a live stream with it. It's still in a time lapse. Yeah, three cameras is all we got. So, and that's a lot. Question was, see, my brain's going. Oh yeah, co-extrusion. Okay, I tried something. Let me see if I can find it. It's right down here. Because I actually tried to do something even funnier. Oh, did I move it to the other room? Shoot. I might not have it. Ugh. No, it's not in here. Darn it. Okay, yes. What?
Are you live?
I'm alive. I am alive and I'm alive.
Alive.
Yeah, I'm alive and live. Yeah, I said I was going to stop at 11. Is it 11? It's 11 yet? It's 11 o'clock. Okay.
It's taking a while.
Oh, God, how many more hours? Like 12 more hours. It's this little model. I'm like, I know. Well, once it goes, it goes. It's just, we couldn't get it started. So, okay, the question was,
Not that smooth, but it's not bad.
it looks like a ball. It's a vase yarn. It's a vase mode yarn ball. Where am I? Here we go. Oh, yes. Hi. Okay. So there was a question and I'm annoyed that I don't have it, but, the question was using co-extrusion in the palette. And somebody had said that a while back and I had similar ideas. I think it was Ben on Earth and he and I were talking about it. And so I was like, wait a minute, let's do this. Let's do co-extrusion, Bondtech CHT, 1.8 millimeter nozzle, and palette 3. Let's see if we can do all at once. So we were taking 8 co-extrusions, and that was a little much because it was just a real jumble when it got done. But 8 co-extrusions, sending it to the palette, and then the output, then going to the Bondtech, to a printer that was printing it with the Bondtech CHT nozzle, a 1.8 millimeter nozzle. And so it was interesting. I'm going to flip you over to the palette and show you what happened. So the Bondtech CHT just can pull filament faster than nobody's business. I mean, it just, I think this camera is like, it keeps like, I don't know, it keeps moving. I keep feel like, okay, so the Bondtech CHT can just chew through filament so fast. The 1.8 millimeter, I had it going 3 millimeters a second. It's, you know, instead of the standard like 60 millimeters a second or 80 millimeters a second, it was going at 3 millimeters a second. And I think I even slowed it down to something like 80%. But the problem was, it wasn't that the palette couldn't splice together the co-extrusion filament, because that was fine. No problem with that. It's that what happens is, see how it's eating up the buffer here? And it's using the buffer up. It's also measuring this here. So there's a couple limiting factors. There's only so fast. I think it's 100 millimeters. I heard it was 150 millimeters per second. And then I also heard another time it was 100 millimeters a second. But there's only so fast that the palette can splice. And part of the problem is that as it's moving down here, there is a trigger here. If it gets here, it will feed more filament. But in this case, the way that this is going, it doesn't have long stretches of filament. Each of these sections is, oh, I don't know, 10 centimeters long. They were shorter than that when we were earlier on. So even though I was giving it longer, I kept giving it longer and longer pieces of filament to go. It waits until it doesn't predict. It doesn't say you are pulling filament quickly now, so I will start earlier. It doesn't start until it gets, and it knows the buffer. It's not just waiting for here. It's also measuring here. So it's got multiple ways that it's handling this, but it just wouldn't start soon enough. And so we couldn't do it. I got about 3 centimeters high, and that's pretty high considering it's Bondtech CHT. 3 centimeters high is probably about, what do you think that's, 15 rows? Wait, hold on. I missed a bunch of stuff. Oh, I'm missing some text. I'm missing some messages. Morris Gizmo, I probably missed you. Good night. I am heading out. Let's see. A quick MMU Easter design. It's good to see you this evening. So JR, I think both of them are good choices. If you have a Mark III, the MMU is a good product as well. The Mark III so for those of you who are wondering, we've talked about Prusa and Prusa Slicer. The print that's currently happening is happening on a Prusa Mark III machine, which is just happens to be the printer that I'm using this on. But Prusa has for the Mark III a product that also does multi-material. Now, it only works with their Mark III. It doesn't work with any printer. And that's the advantage of the palette, is that it works with any printer. It can be a Bowden, it can be direct drive. So that's definitely something to consider. If you have an Ender 3, you want to go with the palette for sure, because that's the one that'll work. If you have a Prusa Mark III, the MMU is also a good option. So I don't have experience with the MMU. The first Mark III I ever bought, I bought the MMU, and it is in the box. And I have been wanting to get it out for a long time. And the reason it's not out is a logistical space situation. You need a spot to sit it within the area of the Prusa, and then you need to have the filament be able to get to it. And I have I'm in it. When you see me in the videos, it looks like have this great desk and everything, but it's very busy surrounding there. and I have off to my left the printers, which is why I keep stepping. I don't know if you can tell, but I step over to the left. So let me see here. Let's see if we can back out. Can I back out? Let's see if we can back out. No, I have to go here. I have to go here. Woo, sorry. You're gonna trip. Yeah, so this is what's happening. So I've got the printers in a rack, and I would need to get the MMU. It sits up on top, but then I need to get the filament to it, and so I don't have a way to get. I need like a deck. I already have my time lapse machine is in the guest bedroom, which I needed controlled lighting and moving around and doing other things and having printers working. It just didn't work to do time lapse. So it's still sitting in the box and I really want to mess with it. So I don't have a lot to suggest with the MMU, although everyone that I know that has one either really likes it or they installed it and then didn't really use it a lot. So that's, different people. I think I would use it some, but not all the time. Gosh, that is really pretty though, isn't it? Hold on, look, there's a music book. It does look like a little rainbow coming up. Reading rainbow. Hold on. Zoom in. That way. All right. So with 12 hours and 10 minutes to go, let's wrap this up. See if there are any more questions. And then I am going to bed. My bed. Oh, I'll show you one more thing as I say, let's wrap it up. And then say, but I have another thing. Clean up my toys. I try to save all the filament pieces. So I have a bin. This one I won't, but this one I'll have to cut off because I mangled it. But I try to, I try to save all these pieces. I have a bin that I put them in, and then at some point I'll just do a random print when I'm sitting around, and I'm from the South, so I say sitting around. So when I'm sitting around, and I'll just feed these in and do, I don't know, something interesting that looks crazy. So that, because I just kind of hate, I like filament a lot, right? I kind of hate throwing this much filament away. My thing that I really like. So I had these funky little wooden sticks that have a tiny bit of cotton on them that I love to add grease or oil, that I still don't know what they are. The other one that I use for gluing models, because now let's just say that I may or may not have dropped about 100 base mode models in PLA, or drop models and they've broken. And I like cyanoacrylate glue. It works well. I like 3D glue. 3D glue works really well to glue PLA to PLA. But the brush on that bottle is terrible. So these you can get in a great big stack of them at your favorite Amazon or other large retailer online. And they're, I don't know if you can tell, I don't do makeup because that, I don't have time. And so these are eyeliner. I think eyeliner. Yeah, I think they're eyeliner brushes, but they're really tiny and they're single use and they're perfect for getting in between layer lines. If you have something cracked in layer lines, you can just break it up and just slide it in there. There are plenty of little tiny brushes, but these are intended to be single use and they work really well. So that's my handy dandy tool tip of the day. Another tool tip as we're wrapping up. Let's see. Oh, there's things. Oh, I heard, yes, somebody said pallets going up 100 in April. Oh, Oh, the XYZ color that applies. I have seen that. I think I saw it. Yeah, the Da Vinci. Yeah. So I don't know anyone who has that. So I don't know how it works. A heavily modified Ender 3. I love my Prusa Mini. Yeah. I love my Prusa Mini. I mean, it's a great little printer, and it just does its thing. I like my Ender 3, but my Ender 3 needs more attention than my Prusa Mini. My Prusa Mini just does its job, and it doesn't need. I haven't modified the Prusa Mini because I haven't needed to. Okay, that's not true. That's a big fat lie. My Prusa Mini is right down there right now with a 1.8 millimeter Bondtech CHT nozzle on it, and I absolutely love printing big nozzle prints with it. But all that is a nozzle, so I can just pop the nozzle off and put another nozzle on it. So yeah, no, I love the Prusa Mini, and it's so tiny. I've taken my Prusa Mini on vacation. Not that I've taken a printer on vacation before, but I have. And I took 17 spools of filament because I was like, is everyone packed? Are you packed? And then I would go, because I was like, how am I supposed to pick between these filaments? Oh, the sound? It's loud. Cooper, it's loud. I mean, if it sounds loud to you, it's loud. Oh, Gator, no doubt, right? Brigadoon 3x3, good night. Thank you. I'm going to be heading out shortly, too. I should be heading out now. Did I say I was heading out now? And then I have it. That's my, Oh, 1 minute, 12:01. I said I would end at 12 hours to go, and I'm doing the tidy up thing. Yeah, thank you all for hanging in here with me through this very long very long 2 hours of what is going on. And I never know who's going to play these videos back, and I have a very bad mouth. My children know that when they are old enough, they can drink and swear. And swearing is one of those things you get to do when you're older. And recently they were like, well, how old do we have to be to swear? And I was like, it's funny. I wasn't ready for that question. I hadn't thought. I should have known. They have no interest in alcohol. They're 10 and 11. And we were like, when they were younger, we were like, would you like to try some alcohol? And they were like, I need to get back here. Let's see what our yarn ball looks like. I love that. It's a yarn ball vase mode. Vase mode yarn ball. I'm tidying up my prints. What in the world would I do without 3D printing? I love 3D printing. Ooh, my other print's done. Ooh. I bet my other live stream's over. Crap. I mean, I bet the print's done. I don't think it was that long. Okay, I'm going to end this live stream. Seriously, thank you all for hanging out here. Through thick and thin. Through fail and fail. All right. I don't know how I'm going to sign off, right? Sign off. Listen, all 6 of you who are here, if you haven't subscribed, you probably have. If you have not, hit the I got to get good at this. I'm terrible at this. I know I never our the percentage of people that actually have notifications turned on is very low. It's well below the normal. It's well below the range because I never am don't forget to hit that notification button, the subscriptions and the notifications, because on YouTube pretty much we've done shorts, which is great, but I love the shorts. But yeah, so hit the notification button, folks. If you're here right now, you should hit that notifications button, and it would make me very, very happy, and I would appreciate it. And I would give you and everyone else who got the answers right in today's question and answer a banana. when we made it Form Next. That's the whole thing. I have no idea how we got there, but everybody's meeting at Form Next, and we're going to a grocery store, and then we're going to have some sort of smoothie. I don't know. I'm making this up. Hey, Tom Cruise Labyrinth, you are catching us at the very end, so you may have to rewind, but be sure to, I'm practicing. I'm supposed to say turn on notifications, and if you haven't subscribed, be sure to do that. So we are printing it's turning out to look like this, but we are printing an 8-color, it looks a little bit like a yarn ball, but it actually is a vase. It has 12 more hours to go before it's done, and hopefully it'll look really neat when it's done. And there's the palette right over there, and it's splicing up some color. But in the meantime, I'm going to bed. I think everybody's going to bed. And I would leave this on, but good gracious, you guys don't want 12 more hours of this. I don't want 12 more hours of this. All right, did all 7 of you hit the subscribe button? Not subscribe, the notifications button? Then I feel like I've accomplished something. I'm joking. I just never say that because I'm just like, I don't know. If they want notifications, they'll hit it. I'm sure they will. All right. Seriously, thank you all. I'm turning the lights out. We're going dark. This is what I do at the end of the night. Just tidy up everything. Whoa, it's very fuzzy in there. It's just super fuzzy. I had to talk to Clock Spring about a little less fancy model. Not as fancy. More plain. 8 colors. Not in a row. All right, look, I'm turning the lights out. We're going dark. All right, I'm ending the live stream. I don't know how to end the live stream. Here it is over here. All right, hey, good night, everybody. Where's the end button? All right.